In the hearing of citizens, please pick up a card in the back of the chambers, print your name and topic clearly, and return the card to our board assistant, Kathy Tompkins. At the appropriate time, I will call you to speak. The Northport High School Color Guard, under direction of Senior Chief William Rennie, U.S. Naval Retired, will present the colors to us. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Right. Right, left, 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 right, 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 left, post the colors. About, face, forward, arc, left, left, right, 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 left, 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 right, right, inward, face, color guard, right, face, left, left, right, 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 left, forward, arch.
I'd like to welcome our student representative, Logan Lyon from Northport High School. Welcome.
For having me.
It's nice for you to join us as a student representative. Please tell us a little bit more about yourself.
Hi, so I'm a senior and I go to Northport High School, and after I graduate from high school, I plan on going to UCF and study in graphic design.
Could you tell us about the Civility Squad character trait for October and how it affects you?
So this month's Civility Squad trait, accepting others, means to me it's important because I feel like everyone should be accepted and it's important to be accepted. And Northport does this well by displaying a different amount of classes where you can find interests with people with similar interests, and you can see their different views on many different things, and it's a nice community to have, and it's just wonderful all around to find these diverse groups within our school.
Thank you. I have given you our statement in appreciation of your being here with us today. It says, differences shouldn't create a divide. Instead, celebrate diversity with pride. Special presentations. We'll begin with COVID education. This is a partnership with Fallheimer Fab Lab, presented by Chris Renoff, Executive Director of Elementary Schools. Chris.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Superintendent Mr. Hardy, and to our student representative, Mr. Lyon. It's great to have you here, and it's great to be before you today. To recognize some very special guests that we have with us today, but also to highlight a valued partnership and to showcase an innovative resource created by students for our students and our families.
Stop, Chris.
Before we begin, I think it's safe to say that working and navigating through this COVID-19 pandemic from March until now has truly been a learning experience for us all. Luckily, we've never had to endure this alone.
Okay.
As a school district, we've rallied to meet this challenge together, along with so many incredible, valued partners within our community. Please join me in welcoming our dear friends from the Suncoast Science Center's Fallhaber Fab Lab, Executive Director and Co-founder, Payne Fallhaber. Talented student leader, Mimi Fallhaber. And I'm going to acknowledge, and maybe they'll be popping in via the Zoom, the rest of the members of the Superstar Skip team who will be joining us remotely. For those that may not be aware, and to our listening public, the Suncoast Science Center's Fallhaber Fab Lab was founded right here in Sarasota in 2015. The Suncoast team renovated their facility into a fabulous, state-of-the-art makerspace filled with specialized equipment and materials to inspire and support tomorrow's innovators through experiential learning in science, technology, engineering, art, and math. When the pandemic broke, the team at the Fab Lab took a proactive approach to dealing with these unprecedented times, starting with initiatives such as their COVID-19 face mask and shield project, blood drive, and what we're here to talk to you today about, the Student Community Innovation Program, or SCIP. This afternoon, I've asked Carly Gordon from our own Research Assessment and Accountability team to take a few minutes to introduce you to some very talented, passionate, and community-minded students, along with showcasing to you Coveducation. Enjoy. Carly.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Superintendent Asplin, Mr. Hardy, and Student Representative Mr. Logan Lyon. It is a great honor to introduce you to members of the Suncoast Science Center Student Community Innovative Program. Unfortunately, they must be having some technical difficulties with Zoom, but I do want to go over their names. From the development team, Michael Gutierrez, Claire Wong, Julia Chen. From the user experience team, Christiana Guan, Barry Namgung, Nina Chauhan, Kasumi Wade. And from the content team, Alyssa Steinbaum, Alexander Gage, Alexia McCarna, Diego Morales, and their team lead, Mimi Fallhaber. This fabulous group of former and current students came together looking for a way to positively impact the community through youth empowerment, community engagement, and innovation. They understood that school safety is critical for all families, yet found that COVID-19 educational resources for children were hard to find. Explaining school safety measures to young children can be difficult, especially during a pandemic. To address the need and help students and faculty return to school safely, students ranging from high school to college collaborated with Sarasota County staff and mentors in a variety of fields to create a comprehensive website resource for families in Sarasota County. The SCIP members tested the website application with our own Sarasota County Schools elementary students to ensure the interface was something that they would enjoy while learning about the virus. The online learning modules were built like a storybook to help children learn about the virus in easy-to-understand terms. The team came together 100% remotely and completed the website application in 8 short weeks. That is an astounding achievement, as I do not know many professionals that can create a website application that quickly and 100% remotely. I have had the fortunate pleasure to work with the team in implementing the resources into our schools and family communications. Mimi and I worked together to test the website application to ensure all our staff, students, and families were able to successfully access it. Mimi then worked with the other SCIP team members to make any necessary changes to the website application. After all needed changes were made, the website application was provided to all of our elementary schools and was included in information sent to families prior to students returning to class. While the website is designed for elementary students, We encourage everyone to use this wonderfully designed resource and share it with your family and friends. It has been a delightful experience working with such a driven and a dedicated group of students. The team lead, Mimi, portrays leadership qualities that will undoubtedly lead to success in her future endeavors. She has a passion and has been committed to the project. She has excellent communication skills and turns feedback into actionable steps. Her positivity is infectious. It is my pleasure to introduce a recent Brown University and Rhode Island School of Design graduate, Ms. Mimi Fallhaber.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Superintendent Asplin, Mr. Hardy, and the student representative. Thank you for having us and allowing us to showcase our web application. The Fab Lab staff and students are always looking for innovative ways to help our community. The COVID-19 pandemic has brought unprecedented times to our community and around the world. When the pandemic hit, we took a proactive approach and utilized our staff, volunteers, and facilities to start producing face shields and face masks for secondary healthcare workers. However, this was just the beginning for us. As access to face shields and face masks increased in our community, we shifted our focus to other local needs. Early on, we met with Sarasota County school district leaders and found an opportunity where we thought we could help. Through those conversations and our own research, we found there weren't a lot of really good resources for kids. So we felt that we could create a web application designed by kids for kids that would explain the virus and school safety measures in an engaging and age-appropriate way. The students who worked on Coveducation are part of Fab Lab's Student Community Innovation Program, or SCIP. SCIP gives high school and college-aged students an opportunity to help their community by creating innovative products or programs that serve a local need. So we have a short video we'd like to share with you about the website.
It's called Coveducation. The interactive website for children was created by teens who gave up their summer to help younger students.
Coveducation is a web application that uses a unique storybook format to explain to kids what COVID-19 is, why their school was canceled, and how they can help join the fight against it through techniques like hand washing and social distancing. The site also features engaging battles, which are short quizzes about the lesson content. These quizzes help keep kids engaged with the lesson content and ensure that they retain the knowledge. Meet Arthur the Knight, a very special toy whose job is to teach young kids everywhere all about COVID-19.
When lots of people started getting sick, schools did not want students on campus. So some students started having online school to stop the spread of the illness.
Follow Jacob's story when he is gifted Arthur by his parents and learn how Arthur teaches him all about the changing world around him.
I don't really like staying home all the time. I want to see my friends.
I know it's hard, but by staying home, you're able to protect both yourself and those around you. And I know you're lonely, but that's why your parents created me. I'm here to protect you and keep you company until school starts.
To create Coveducation, our team of high school and college students from Sarasota County worked tirelessly for 8 weeks this summer to develop this project from idea all the way to functional website. We also worked very closely with the Sarasota School Board to ensure that we created something that would be appealing to kids and make a real impact on the community.
A little bit of educational content, like what's a vaccine? Is there a COVID vaccine? What is, like, are vaccines bad? Are they scary? And then lesson 3 was going to be about what are other diseases, so like talking about the cold or the flu, and like how do you also protect yourself from things like that.
They just did things that I haven't seen adults accomplish, and they accomplished it in a very short order.
I definitely met a lot of people who had the same interests as me and the same passion as me, and that's probably what I enjoy the most, is learning about all these innovative people.
While the original team who worked on Coveducation has now since moved on to bigger and greater things, this fall we have a new team of incredible and creative students eager to improve the website and help their community as we continue to navigate through this crisis. We would love to hear what you think about our site and how you think we can improve it to make an even greater impact. Please visit us at coveducation.net to learn more and check out the site yourself.
So Coveducation is the first of many projects that will be worked on by the SCIP team. This fall, we plan to add new features and content to the site, including potentially creating animations or videos to help keep kids engaged. We're also in the process of coordinating focus groups to get more feedback and look for other ways to help our community. We would love to, as we build out new features and content, get more parents, students, teachers, staff, families, etc., to use the site and interact with it. We also have some new ideas in the works, and we love to share them with you in the future. Thank you for having us today, and we encourage everyone and their friends and family to come check out the site at coveducation.net. Thank you.
So I think, as you can see, the future is so incredibly bright in the talented, capable hands of these students. The work that they've done, the time they've invested, and again, the ability to, just keep things relevant and relate to our kids and our families. I mean, it's second to none. And so they swooped in. Thank goodness we weren't here alone. We're never alone here in Sarasota County with all the wonderful partners we have. For Mimi, this is for you. And for all of our special guests who couldn't join us, these are personal letters of thanks and congratulations to all of them. So please accept those on our behalf. Thank you so much. Board, thank you so much for your time.
Mr. Robinson?
Ping, you're not leaving just yet. I mean, this is not the only thing that they do over there at the Fab Lab. They're over there changing lives. They're over there teaching kids about engineering, computers, construction, just imagination, and outside those walls, Ping does so much for our community as a whole, not just for the children of our schools, but for just anybody in need. If you look at people who are helping when things are needed, and when people call for help, Ping is one of those people who's running in the direction to help. And so I appreciate what you do for this one project, what you do for the school district overall, but most of all, Ping, I appreciate your friendship, and I appreciate everything you've done for our community. So thank you, Ping.
Mrs. Goodwin?
Well, I too want to say, my granddaughter is a junior at Pineview, and she's interested in becoming a doctor. When she was in middle school, she took some summer camps at the Fab Lab. And for any middle school children who are interested in and have a curiosity about new products and manufacturing and 3D printers, which now are a very common point, it was a great experience for her, and she remembers it very, very fondly. And there are many, many things that the Fab Lab is doing now. And yes, Ping the Fallheimer family has been a wonderful, creative partner with us for some time. And I just want to thank you. And it's happy to see that your daughter is back. I mean, I lived in Providence for a number of years. RISD is one of my favorite schools in the world, and so welcome back to town, and I know you've got a great education, and we're glad that you've decided to be back here in Sarasota with us, so thank you very much for being here today.
Mrs. Ziegler?
I just want to echo that. I think, I appreciate the presentation. I remember at the beginning of COVID lockdown, I mean, your team and everyone jumped in right away, and today's presentation is just indicative of the positive look at how you can help your community in the most unprecedented time, and also teach so many great, valuable lessons to our youth and how they can get involved. And so thank you for everything you did, and thank you so much again for the time. And Ping, to Mr. Robinson's point, the impact on this community will be felt for generations to come. So thank you so much.
Mrs. Brown?
I just want to echo what everyone else has said about the Fallheimer Lab. My granddaughter went there when she was in elementary school, and we had just so much fun for one of your science days that you had. There's so much going on there. It's wonderful that you're doing, and thank you and your family for what you've done.
I would be remiss if I didn't say something, Ping. I've known you since the lab began. I remember you and your husband, the first time I met you with that opening the lab, I was like, what is this woman trying to do? It really is a fantastic success, and I thank you for staying with it and making sure that it continued after his passing. That was a great loss to our community. Well, we have you, and now your daughter, so that's wonderful. Thank you so much for everything that you do. I know you're also part of the science fair. You're involved with that as well. So thank you again. Good to see you again. I'll see you after COVID, whatever that is.
Thank you for all the help, all the support over the years of the school board, and we're a great partner. We're here for the whole school, for everybody. Yeah. Good. No, that's good.
Oh, thank you. The next presentation is by Sarah Dan, Director of Food and Nutrition Services. Please come to the podium, Sarah. Mrs. Dan.
Sarah's fine.
Formal here.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, fellow board members, Superintendent Asplin, Mr. Hardy, and the student representative from Northport. On March 23rd of 2020, Food Nutrition Services started a unique adventure. We started emergency feeding, and at the time, I'll be completely honest, we thought it was only going to be a week or two. It ended up being much longer, all the way through August, and we ended up feeding 632,840 meals to children in our community during this time. As we just finished National School Lunch Week, which went off a little differently than it's been in the past, with not being able to have our community come in and serve our students, we wanted to take some time to kind of recognize some partners who assisted our students and the FNS staff in this amazing accomplishment. So the first person we would like to recognize tonight is Mr. Eric Robinson. Mr. Robinson's CPA firm donated generous funds to pay off student charges at 12 different schools. Food and Nutrition Services and the schools impacted greatly appreciated the generosity of this gift. The next one is Culver's of Venice, Sarasota, and Northport. Mr. Scott Messenger of Culver's of Venice worked with Culver's of Northport and Sarasota to do the following. They provided 5,000 meal vouchers so that students that came to our remote, or children who came to our remote feeding, were able to go to their locations and get a free meal. They also, Culver's of Venice donated, had a generous donation for staff appreciation for Food Nutrition Services employees, as well as other incentives. And today, Miss Jenny Craig of Culver's of Sarasota, and I will say she is her daughter attends Riverview High School, so she's a district parent, is representing Scott and the whole team because he was not able to join us. But their generosity really did help our children in unprecedented times. The next one is All Face Food Bank. Sandra Frank, the CEO of All Face Food Bank, and her amazing team have had a long-standing partnership with Sarasota County Schools and the Food Nutrition Services Department. This year's summer campaign for ending summer hunger definitely looked a lot different. And we are so grateful for the following. First, they provided freezer blankets so that we could keep the food safe in the Florida heat. They donated and we distributed 60,860 backpacks to students during our weekly distributions. We also distributed 24,600 food boxes. So every week, those families who came to get food for their children also got some food for themselves. Meal kits were just that additional food to assist our families. They also provided a generous contribution so that the 145 summer staff who agreed to come back during the summer months and feed our children would have a bonus for serving the kids in our community. So what we'd like to present to them today is a certificate, and it just says now featuring National School Lunch Week hero. The other thing that we're going to give them, and this has kind of been the symbol of our emergency, just kind of our emergency operations. This is actually a copy of a painting that some students that attend Laurel Nokomis and Oak Park provided to one of our feeding sites. And it says on here, "You are stellar, thank you." And we so appreciate our partners. We would have not been able to help us impact the children without their assistance. So if they would come forward so we can present them with their certificates. And Mr. Robinson. Okay. 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 Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
And we're going to get a picture. Okay. And then. Thank you. And then.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
I can get you back on.
Okay.
So you're gonna do it right in the middle too, so you get everybody? Mark, could you slide over one and, Logan, thank you. Okay, everyone's got their mask on, so say cheese. Thank you. Thank you.
Presentation, and I got to Culver's. That's my Friday night dinner I have at Culver's in Sarasota. Thank you so much. They enjoyed my napkin. I can't imagine where you're heading to. Is that Culver's? Yep. That's where we go Friday night. Drive there and pick up at the window. The food is delicious. Right there, they'll start Mondays as well. Mr. Robinson.
So thank you, Culver's, for everything you do. I told her that you guys need to be open a little bit later on at night and down in Venice. So I appreciate it. And Sarah, you do such a wonderful job. I remember riding around with you during the summers a couple years ago. Remember that? Yes. Going around to the summer feeding program. So, I mean, just people know, Sarah, she's having to do the emergency now, but Sarah, was the point person for the summer feeding program. So, she's not, this isn't her first rodeo for handing out food and feeding people in our community. And it's amazing. She doesn't ask questions. Come one, come all, any kids. She's not checking for free or reduced lunch. If your kid's hungry and they need something to feed, Sarah's there. And if it's on weekends, just go to Sarah's house.
My husband may not feel the same way about that.
But I'm so happy, and you're doing such a wonderful job. I love Beverly, but you're doing such a wonderful job. So thank you, Sarah.
Thank you. The team in Food Nutrition Services, all the managers, employees, supervisors, everybody has just pulled together through this. So it's great to be part of a great team in a wonderful school district.
Yeah, and Sarah's during this. She's not just at the school. She's at the Boys and Girls Club. She's at multiple locations wherever kids are at. She doesn't even confine herself to Sarasota County. DeSoto. I mean, if people are in need of help, Sarah's there for them. So thank you, Sarah. And it's not just for COVID. It's summer, during the year, all the time. Sarah's there. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner at her house.
Mrs. Goodwin.
Well, I want to say thank you, Sarah, because you are doing a remarkable job. And I know that you came in as our wonderful Beverly Gerard retired after many years of service. and it's always difficult sometimes to fill those shoes. And you had an audit, I think, right away, and a number of other wonderful parts and aspects of the job that you didn't plan. But you handled it all with grace and with a great thing. And then when school closed in March suddenly, and I, like you, thought it would be a couple of weeks, you moved into a whole new territory of uncharted waters.
Absolutely.
We're so thankful that we're finished and are over with that, but we're also thankful that Sonny Perdue, the Secretary of the Department of Agriculture federally, and Nikki Freed, our Commissioner of Agriculture for the state, and her staff, Letitia and others, working with you closely, and know that we now have free food for all of our students at the school level. And it was going to be extended just until the end of December, but I understand now it will be continued for all students, breakfast and lunch, no matter what the situation is. It's not just low-income students, but everyone throughout the remainder of this school year. So I want to thank you for all the work, and that requires work too, in making sure that we get that food to them. And there are a lot of hungry students. There are a lot of people who have lost their jobs, and children must be fed. We must have children who are not hungry sitting in these classrooms, and you are the epitome of grace and kindness. So I just want to thank you. You're doing a great job.
Thank you.
Mr. Robinson?
This will be one of my last meetings, probably the last meeting I say to you, so I'm just going to make one more plea. Can you put sugar back in the milk? I mean, my God, the kids, when they go to get their milk, I mean, they need to have a certain level of trust. And when they reach for that milk and it doesn't have sugar, it erodes their trust in the system. So if you could just add sugar back to those chocolate milks, Sarah.
I will bring you some chocolate milk.
Okay.
After here.
I thought it'd be remiss if the last time I got to see you, I didn't get to bring that up.
Mrs. Brown?
Would you believe mine is on milk too? And I appreciate all you do, and I think it's wonderful that we can give free breakfast and lunch for all students. But it is frustrating when you're there with a student who they have their own lunch and they just want a chocolate milk. And they have to pay for the chocolate milk. They don't get the chocolate milk free. They only get the whole meal free. But those are federal rules.
Yeah, well, one of the things right now, though, is they can pick up a fruit or a vegetable, which are often lacking in students' diets, and get that milk for free. And then they get some extra fruits and vegetables for a snack later.
So if they pick up some fruit, then they can get the milk. All right.
And vegetables, yeah.
A fruit and a vegetable, then they can get the milk.
They have to have 3 items in order to get the free meal. So
And even if they throw those items out.
Well, hopefully they'll save them for a snack for later. That's what we're hoping.
All right, thank you. I'm just saying sometimes rules get complicated.
Yeah.
But thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
It's been interesting. This is one of my last meetings also, but my first introduction to the food and nutrition services was I was put on a line to collect money. And a poor child came through and he didn't have any money, and I was told that I couldn't feed him. I couldn't allow him to be fed. So it wasn't so true, but they were teaching me. It was a teachable moment for me to see what happens, that not every child has a account there or has money to buy their food. And then they took them and they gave them a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. But that stuck with me. And this was in 1992, and it still stuck with me to this day of how important it is that those children are able to have something to eat, even if they don't have any money. So thank you, Sarah Dan.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay.
We are now on to the superintendent's report. Would you like to introduce our guest?
Yes, I would. Before I give, well, actually, let me go through the superintendent's report, and then we'll. But we do have guests on the line with us today. We have from the Department of Health. We have Chuck Henry and Michael Drennan. Thank you for joining us today. And we also have Dr. Gordillo with Sarasota Memorial. He's infectious disease specialist. So thank you very much for being on with us today. Just a couple of items here, and then if I would assume that we would then maybe want to ask questions of our doctors before we go into the major portion of our day. But just a couple of things. First of all, just a reminder to everyone that our original next board meeting was going to be on November 3rd, but it has been moved to November 10th. So the November 3rd board meeting is now November the 10th. Also, we still have a need for substitutes. We're actively looking for substitute teachers. We actually, we need substitutes every day, especially on Mondays and Fridays. So if you are interested, we are accepting sub-applications for those who have an associate degree or higher. And so for more information there, please contact the HR department. We would really appreciate you helping us in the substitute area. Also, I wanted to mention, I've been going out to schools and making those little videos, and I know some of you have seen those and have made comments to me about those. And the main reason, I've been going out there was to actually see our schools, get to know our folks, get to meet our principals, meet some teachers and students, and understand where all the schools are here in the district as I get to know the district a little bit. And I want to thank Craig he and his group for creating those videos. They've been very, very good, and I appreciate that. And we'll continue to put those out there. But I do want to say that they've been very informative, and I've enjoyed it quite a bit, meeting everybody and getting around to the different classrooms, especially, going into some of the STEAM classrooms, like our robotics classrooms. They're just so interesting, and the teachers are doing a great job. I've also visited music classrooms and theater classrooms, and then some of our exceptional student education classrooms, which have been amazing, and our core classes, in which the teachers are conducting the concurrent classes, as we've talked about before, a different way of delivering their instruction, and teachers are just doing a fantastic job. I just want you to know that they really are doing a great job, and I know they really appreciated that teacher planning day the other day, last week. They really, from what I understand and all the emails I've been receiving, they really got a lot of work done, and they really do appreciate that time. And hopefully that time will help, in the end, help their students, because that's what it's all about. It's all about the students and how we can educate them and instruct them and help them. And I think our teachers are doing a fantastic job with that. Also, our diagnostic information is starting to come in. We gave the first iReady tests across the board to our elementary students and some of our middle school students. And then also in high school, we have Achieve 3000. But we are starting to get that information in, and we're working through that. And like I said the other day, we will have a presentation for you on November 17th regarding our first diagnostic test and what the teachers are doing with that. And at this point, I would like to also give you an update on the Pineview construction project. And Jody Dumas is going to just take about 5 minutes to show us a few pictures about the Pineview construction project and just let us know how it's going out there. So, Mr. Dumas.
Thank you. Thank you and good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to talk a little bit about some of the things that are awesome that are going on behind the scenes that we don't get a lot of opportunity to see till they're finished. One of the things is Pineview, and the reason we decided to highlight Pineview is because on your consent agenda today, there's a change order for Pineview. It's a reduction change order where we are actually pulling some money out of the contract, the construction contract, and we will be directly buying the material for the project. At the end of the day, we save tax dollars doing that, and so that's an awesome thing. But we wanted to take this opportunity to kind of highlight what's going on at Pineview. So we'll start off with this picture right here. This is, if you looked at this, is a recent flyover at Pineview. It doesn't show a lot other than what I want to point out here is there's been a lot of work going on at Pineview. The place where we're building is right on the side of the science wing out there, and it's a low area. And so this is a lot of fill that had to be brought in. And so Mr. Maniglia and I were out there the other day taking a look at the site, and they were actually compacting the soil. So that's been taking a lot of time to make sure that compaction process is done correctly. So that's been going on behind the scenes. Whoops. How do I get to the next? Sure. Oh, it's quite easy. Sorry about that. All right, perfect. Now if you went out there, what's going on is they're pouring footings for the foundations. And so that's what you see these guys doing right here. Obviously, this is the start of the project that's going on a daily basis. Okay. That's okay. You're doing better than I could do. I think you closed it. Okay. Yeah, there you go. This one. That worked? Okay. Perfect. And there's another picture of them pouring concrete. Obviously, there's a big pump there, and they're pumping that concrete in for those footings. So exciting stuff to see. And then this is actually what you'll see at the end of the day. I mean, we'll be making slow and steady progress towards this right here, which is going to be wonderful. It's your new 3-story classroom building going in at Pineview. It is to replace the learning cottages, as Dr. Covert likes to call them. So it's a portable replacement project. But if you go out to the Pineview campus and you are looking from administration or from actually where they eat, and you're looking out towards Media Center on your right and gym on your left, this is what you'd be staring at right in the middle of the courtyard. So it's really been situated, I think, nicely in that courtyard to provide that secure perimeter, and it really is going to be in addition to really highlight that campus. So at the end of the day, this is what it'll look like. And I'll have you note that the exterior of this building is brick, and so we are really certainly looking towards longevity, reducing costs over time with using materials in our buildings that require less maintenance and less hassle, but that's good things over long term for the school district. So wonderful things going on in Pineview. If you get a chance to tour, it's an exciting time.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Dumas. I appreciate it. Appreciate you and your team. So thank you. And if I may, Madam Chair, just before we talk to our doctors there, I just had one other item I'd like to just mention here. And for those of you watching, I know last week I wrote a few things down that I said, and I want to do that again. And some of this might be the same as what you heard last time, but I just wanted to say this again because I'm new to Sarasota, but I really care about our Sarasota County. I really, really care about our teachers and our students and all of our employees here and everyone in the community and our parents. And it just seems like there's quite a bit of division in our community, and I'm just really concerned about that. And we've received, I know I receive a lot of emails, everybody does, regarding, current event issues and curriculum issues and just groups that are just very upset about different areas, different items. And so I just want to say a couple of things again. First of all, just to remind everybody, please remember, we are a public school system. We are a public school system. We educate all students, all backgrounds, all cultures, all races, all genders, all religious beliefs, all of them. Across our large district, parents of diverse backgrounds have different expectations of the school system. Everybody has a different opinion about everything, and we need to remember that because we need to come together. In our school district, our teachers do not indoctrinate or convert students to accept any or deny certain groups, mentalities, or political notion. Our teachers educate our students using the Florida standards in a caring, safe, and engaging environment with a high level of rigor, which includes critical thinking skills. When current event information is discussed in classrooms, which has been part of all school systems for a long, long time in education, our policies and curriculum allow our teachers to facilitate discussion but not indoctrinate. As I mentioned last month, sometimes highly sensitive current event resources are found in excellent third-party vendor material that have warnings from the vendor and have been blocked, not deleted, but blocked, so that teachers can review it and inform parents in case parents do not want their students to participate in a certain activity. We do that. We are in an election year, and discussions will occur, especially in high school social studies. Everyone knows that. These valuable discussions and debates promote engagement and critical thinking, but are not designed to force or indoctrinate students to adopt certain philosophies. They are designed to help students understand all sides of issues so students leave our school system with the ability to think for themselves. And I want you to know that even in the midst of the COVID virus that we've all started the school year with, and all the external political issues that are swirling around in our county, I can assure you, because I've been out there and I've watched it, I've been on plenty of Zoom meetings, I've talked to our students, I've talked to our teachers, I've talked to our principals, I can assure you that our amazing principals and teachers are serving the needs of our students and are continuing to educate our students at high levels in academics and in the arts. We all, as a community, need to recognize and embrace our differences, because we have them, and they're not going anywhere. We have them. We need to recognize and embrace our differences and work together as our diverse public school system strives to serve the needs of all students. As a reminder, I'm currently vetting and inviting a list of people to create a diverse group of community leaders to discuss issues around cultural awareness in an effort to understand family environments and their background, to build caring relationships and promote equity to close the achievement gap for our student groups. These student groups, as recognized by the Every Student Succeeds Act, the ESSA, these groups are, and we look at these quite often, we have our Black subgroup, Hispanic subgroup, students with disabilities, low socioeconomic status, and our English language learners. Those are official federal groups. I have also created a new position titled Director of Equity and Innovation, who will work collaboratively with the school district employees and stakeholders to assess and provide input regarding school-to-school equity for instructional materials, human resources, technology, etc., to be sure that we are providing equity and innovation across all departments of our school system. Many school systems have an equity person. Many corporations, if not all, have equity positions, and they are there for this reason, and so I plan to bring that forward tonight. And then as a final reminder, before we move on to the next section, please, as speakers come forward, please, when you come forward this afternoon, be civil and respectful to other speakers and to the listeners. Please refrain from personal attacks and stick to the issues. Our administrative team will be listening and taking notes so that we can understand the concerns being brought forward. We need to understand that as a public school district, we serve a diverse community. We need to embrace our differences, set a good example for our young people, and kindly work together in a caring, respectful environment to deliver the best education possible for our students. So I thank you for listening to that, and I hope we all can live by this. So thank you very much.
So, Dr. Asplin, was it your point to now have board members ask questions?
What I wanted to make sure of was, since we have our doctors with us today, and I think the mask item that to be voted on is the very last one of the night.
It is.
And I know they can't sit here for 2 more hours because they have to get back to work. So if you wanted to ask them questions as a board now before the speakers come on and let them go, I would assume you probably want to do that because it's probably going to be a couple hours of speakers.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So, board members, please key in if you'd like to speak to the doctors. Mrs. Brown.
I'd like to, if you could, perhaps get not so much me, but our public, what is the trend that we have going on out there in our community for the spread of this COVID? And if you could maybe foretell what might be coming down the pike in the next month or two. But more importantly, if any of you could answer me, what do we tell these parents who tell us that their kids are getting sick from the masks? They're getting headaches, they're getting sore throats, tooth decay. What do we tell those parents, and why is it that they need to wear the masks? If you could help me with that, I would appreciate it.
Sure. If I could go first, I'd be happy to talk about the numbers. I think Dr. Gordillo would be an excellent person to talk about some of the medical specific questions. So what I did was look at the trends, several of the different trends that we examined, both and looked at dates when school started, and then looking at where we are now to give you an idea of how the trend's moving. I can tell you it is increasing ever so slightly. I wouldn't say dramatically increasing, but it's definitely gone up over the last 7 weeks. So when school started on August 31st, we were averaging 36 cases a day in Sarasota County for 14 days, and today we're averaging 52 cases a day for 14-day trend. Our percent positivity on August 31st was 2.81% for 14 days, and today it's 3.88%. I should also say, to give you an idea of what it was at its worst, in July, we were averaging 167 cases a day for a 14-day trend, and our worst percent positivity was just under 17%. I also like to look at rate of illness per 100,000 persons, so the number of cases for every 100,000 people in Sarasota. On August 31st, it was 118 cases for a rolling 14-day number, and today it's 169. At its worst, it was 546. And then also looking at the percent positivity in those that are less than the age of 18. There is one caveat to these numbers. Most individuals get their children tested when they're ill, so these are usually very small denominators, and the numbers are can fluctuate rapidly depending on the number of children tested in any given day. I don't have numbers from the 31st, but from September the 14th, we were 5.87%, and today we're 8.79%. And for the entire time period, so cumulative number, percent positivity for those less than 18, going back to March, is essentially 9.1%. So give you an idea of what it was at its worst, where we were when school started and where we are now. It's not near as bad as it was in July, but we're definitely trending upward from where we were when school started.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Was somebody going to answer the question regarding the complaints that parents have that the masks cause illnesses in their children and or tooth decay?
Yeah, I can comment that, there is in medicine in general, we have for years made those type of links that when they studied the issue formally, they find that it's a misattribution. What we hear, there are no studies that prove any of those assertions. Now, anecdotally, and probably the place in Sarasota where there's the highest amount of mask use is at Sarasota Memorial. We do see people experiencing some discomfort, for example, behind their ears from the ear loops. It's occasionally may trigger a headache. That some people occasionally complain of congestion in their nose. But those are the vast majority of the complaints are probably linked there, and people have found ways to try to mitigate that. There's a number of tricks that people can use to mitigate that, and these are folks that wear this mask all day long, because at the hospital we require them to wear them from the moment they enter the hospital until they leave. And most people there work for 12-hour shifts, sometimes longer. The other things are really nothing that has been proven at all. In fact, I hear sinus infections, all sorts of bacterial infection, tooth decay. Nothing of that has been proven. I practice in infectious diseases. We have not seen anything like that. Whenever we've had tooth decay or sinus infections, they're the traditional sinus infections that we've always seen. When we've seen tooth decay or dental infections, again, is the traditional background rate of dental infections, not anything that can be linked to this. And back to this, I think that we just have to look at the totality of the medical and epidemiological and public health evidence for masks. Sometimes we just focus on those relatively small things. There are other much bigger issues related to masks, and And I've been in medicine for over 30 years, and I have never seen a period in my career where we have learned more about masks than in the last 7 to 9 months. You know, this traditionally was a problem that was studied mostly in Asia, in Australia, not studied that much here in the United States, you know, at the population level, because there was not a whole lot of interest among laboratorians, engineers, public health people, because there was no glory in studying, you know, efficiency of masks. But in the last 7 to 8, 9 months, you know, that we've had all sorts of lines of studying and scientists looking at efficacy of masks, how they work, how they don't work, what are the best materials, what are the best settings, what is the efficacy. And we've learned so much about this that the weight of the evidence, both from an epidemiologic, from a laboratory point of view, from observational studies, from meta-analysis, from natural experiments, it's if you take it all together, you know, all this evidence is in strong support of the use of masks. And I would say that all the main public health organizations in the world, the CDC, the WHO, the European CDC, the China CDC, all public health schools, private and public, they are all in support of the use of masks one way or another, not only in the healthcare institutions, but also among the public. And I know that there are still issues that we need to solve and we need to discuss and debate. But, you know, when it comes down to the science of this, you know, I don't think there is much to challenge the science out there. You know, as I mentioned, there is so much in support of the use of masks, you know, that it has become more an issue of political debate in certain countries, ours included. There are other countries that have strongly embraced masks, but it's not obviously in ours and a few others.
Thank you. Mr. Robinson?
Like Ms. Brown, I have a couple questions. My first question is for the people from Florida Department of Health. Does the state of Florida support mandating masks? Can they hear me?
Chuck, you're muted.
I can see him moving.
Thank you. I'll try to answer that question. You know, currently there is an existing I'm forgetting the name of it now. Health advisory, sorry. Existing health advisory out from our Surgeon General that does recommend that face coverings be worn over the nose and mouth anytime we're unable to social distance, and especially in indoors environments, or both indoors and outdoors. It goes on to talk about how face coverings may reduce the transmission by an individual who may be infected, and whether they have symptoms or not, and that they also may reduce the amount of infectious particles that are put out into the air if an individual coughs, sneezes, speaks. And additionally, they do provide some level of protection for the wearer, although that level of protection varies greatly depending on the type of material the face mask is made out of and the type of fit that it has. So yes, we still recommend the use of face masks when social distancing isn't appropriate. Clearly, those are the CDC guidelines currently.
But you would support wearing a mask even when you're social distancing?
I would support wearing a mask when I'm in situations that I can't ensure that I can be distanced. For example, if I go into a store, or if I'm walking, even out exercising, I'll bring a mask with me. So if I come into a crowded area, I can put a mask on. The standard out there right now is within a 6-foot distance, but we also know from other studies that in indoor environments, that distance can be greater, and CDC notes that masks really aren't a substitute for social distancing, especially in indoor environments.
Now, I know you can't hear it, but there's protesters outside protesting for and against a variety of things. And so the board talked this morning about, I think we're pretty much coalescing around the issue. And one of the main reasons we just talked about was to give a sense of certainty to people, certainty to the teachers, certainty to the parents, certainty to the students, that this is a policy. But one of the things we talked about, and I've asked this multiple times, is people want to have some sort of metrics so they know, because I know that the governor and the state did, phase outs if certain metrics were happening. You had phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. And I'm still looking from you guys, what type of good, the top 2 metrics and what those would be that the school district should be looking at, whether they're incorporated in policy or not, but just so the general public has some sense of certainty so they know, what we're thinking.
Well, again, and from our conversations, we look at a number of different metrics to understand the level of infection currently in our community, and I want to take a moment and point out that as we move through phases in terms of reopening, those phases are based on trying to return to some sense of normality and open up the economy and open up the business. Those aren't public health phases. And so the things that allow us to move through those phases in a safe manner are the things that we've been doing for many, many months now, which is the social distancing, the wearing of face coverings when we can't social distance, or especially when we're indoors, hand washing, staying home when we're ill, or if we've been in contact with someone that we know is infected. So those things remain very important to our strategy in terms of keeping infection rates at a reasonable level until we have a both effective and widely available vaccine that's been distributed. So CDC does have some guidelines when it talks about opening schools and what those look like. And they term those in terms of lowest risk of transmission, a lower risk of transmission, moderate risk of transmission, higher risk of transmission, and then highest risk. And they go through different things. We're currently probably in that lower risk of transmission arena with the metrics that they use. And they talk about number of cases per 100,000 over the last 14 days. They recommend that it be to be in that category between 5 and less than 20. And I think, Michael, what were we at? I don't want to misquote the numbers. You had them in front of you.
For per 100,000, we're at 169 for 14 days. For 14 days. So we're way above that right now. So we are up in the higher risk category according to CDC, the 50 to 200. And then looking at the percent positivity rate, they recommend that you be between 3 and less than 5%. And we are in the lower risk transmission, but not the lowest there, because we're just under 4%, 3 point something. And so you need to be under 3 to be in the lowest risk. So we look at that guidance to help us gauge what is the risk to the community of having a rapid increase in the amount of infections in our community, and understanding that in the larger picture, we're trying very, very hard to make sure our healthcare system doesn't become overwhelmed and that we protect the vulnerable citizens within our population.
Do you think this is something we should constantly monitor and look at and updating, or do you think this is something that we should pass and put on the shelf for, say, 6 to 9 months?
Oh, I think this is an evolving pandemic, and that we should constantly monitor it, whether it's going up or going down. I think we need to look at the data and reassess the policies we have around that data on a regular basis. Absolutely.
Thank you, sir.
Mrs. Ziegler.
Thank you. Thank you again for joining us again. I appreciate your insight, and as we navigate this challenging time. So I know Mr. Robinson spoke to this, and I know Mr. Henry and I have spoken in the past, and I recognize, and I did say this earlier, that there is not one specified metric that we can use hard and fast per se, but that as it pertains to, in this case now we're talking about the continued usage of masks and mandating them or what have you. I know the similar case was whether or not when to reopen. But as we go through, one question I have is, are you familiar with our COVID-19 dashboard that the Sarasota County School District puts out? We have it updated daily, I'm not sure. So there's a number of elements in there, but what I think is helpful I'm sure from a parental standpoint, is that you can identify here at each school, at the school level, how many numbers of positive and total, and then quarantine. And since the beginning, one of my major concerns has been around K through 5 and the substantial impact that everything in this environment, but certainly learning remotely, and then in addition, specifically as it pertains to mask wearing and prolonged mask wearing and the effectiveness of it. If you evaluate our dashboard, and again, this is our data, so I recognize, but I know we work closely with the Department of Health, it is clear the elementary level numbers are starkly lower, if not non-existent, in comparison to our other schools, middle and high. So Dr. Gordillo, my question for you is, as it pertains to pediatric, I know we're talking about rates, but we have positivity rate, and then I think it's the severity rate. And I know we can't look at everything in isolation, but I think we have to start somewhere. So from the hospitalization standpoint, if it's child, and we can categorize them at different ages, if we're looking at all under 18, or if we're looking 10 and under, are you seeing an uptick or as far as children who are testing positive for COVID being hospitalized, excuse me?
No, there's no real significant hospitalization in children here, but just taking your comments, the problem that I see with young children is that they live with parents, and they live in a community. And our community especially is one where there's a lot of elderly people, and there's a lot of poor and disadvantaged populations. And then there's a lot of people that may not be as old, but they are very susceptible to get severe illness, and they are in contact with these young children in multi-generational dwellings or in the community. We in the United States have about 50% of our population is at risk due to comorbidities, obesity, COPD, emphysema, coronary disease, hypertension, et cetera, et cetera. 50% of the population is at risk of severe disease. So yes, the children at that age are probably at low risk by themselves, but they don't live in a bubble. They live in a community, and they network with a lot of people that are at significant risk. So that's the problem that I see with them. And the other problem is that our goal is to keep the schools open. My concern is that if we are not very careful, we can start having those numbers that are fairly reasonably controlled, even though there's a slight uptick. I think they're reasonably controlled now. They can go out of control, and then what the end result of that is school closures, which is the last thing we need. I think we need to make every effort to keep the schools open.
No, and I appreciate that, and I completely understand they don't live in bubbles and in isolation. There's a couple of purposes for my question, but I just wanted to check that box of understanding that the severity of illness. So the percent positive is one thing we look at, but when we start to look at the severity of that illness, and then we can go up and through age, and as you said, 50% of our population is at risk. So I am very familiar with that. But in addition, when I use these numbers and look at schools, even our staff is included in here, and when you look at elementary, it just doesn't seem like it's spreading as much. But again, the school district's numbers are not the community, so we have to evaluate them together. My other question would be to Department of Health is, what are we seeing by way of hospitalization? Are we seeing an uptick? Are we seeing in our capacities right now?
So we have seen a slight upward trend in hospitalizations. We currently are in the upper 40s in the terms of the number of COVID positive patients hospitalized. That's significantly down from highs in mid-July. But a few weeks ago, we were in the upper 20s. We were down to, I think our lowest was 28 individuals hospitalized in our community, and yesterday we were back up to 48. I haven't looked at the numbers today, so just like we're seeing with the positivity data, it's trending up slowly, and so we're watching that very carefully. Certainly, the numbers below 50 can easily be managed by our healthcare professionals, but we want to be careful that those don't continue to climb.
Thank you. And so again, finally, I recognize the statement about, if we're following certain risk mitigation practices to maintain to keep the curve at bay, if you will, as policymakers trying to evaluate the number of things that we have to, including the primary health and safety of all of our students and our broader community, is there any, I think it's difficult to try to get a sense of if we are at 2%, our positivity rate's lower, our hospitalizations are low, is there any kind of metric or ballpark where you believe that the mask wearing is not necessary and essential anymore, or is that just a continue to be seen?
So I'll start with that and then let my colleagues jump in. The data I was talking about in terms of indicators from CDC that describe the lowest risk and lower risk, et cetera, also have strategies, and they have 5 strategies listed, which are essentially consistent and correct use of masks, social distancing to the largest extent possible, hand hygiene and respiratory etiquette, cleaning and disinfection, and contact tracing and collaboration with local health officials. And so in the lowest risk category and the lower risk category, to be in those categories, not only do you need to meet the metrics, but you need to have all 5 of those strategies implemented consistently. For the lowest, and all 5 implemented, but perhaps inconsistently for the second category. When you start moving up into moderate and higher risk, then they begin to drop off to 3 to 4 strategies or 1 to 2 strategies, or in the highest risk, no strategies. So in that way, CDC describes the amount of risk that you're taking as you eliminate any of those 5 strategies. I think overall, and I can ask my colleagues to comment, the wearing of masks when you can't social distance is probably one of the most important strategies we have right now until a vaccine is available.
Thank you very much.
I absolutely agree with that. It's one of the most inexpensive strategies, and among the things that we can do today, that's probably the ones that is available to everyone, and it's probably the most proven of all the ones that we have. In schools, it's extremely difficult to social distance, and this issue of physical distancing is becoming more and more difficult to do as we learn more about this particular virus and issues about aerosol spread and so forth. So the line about the 6 foot becomes blurred. We start saying that in certain indoor settings, 6 feet is a minimum. You have to do more. And we really don't have enough space in the schools to afford that. So what's the next best strategy is mask. Until we have a vaccine, our mask is going to be our go-to next tool. We don't have any others. We don't have enough money to retrofit every classroom and put the best ventilation system out there, which would be another strategy perhaps. But that would require massive investments in schools that we're just very far from that. So masks are going to be our go-to tool for the foreseeable future, and like Chuck said, until we have an effective vaccine that can be deployed and given to the vast majority of the people.
Thank you very much.
I'd just like to make one comment that I've noted on Channel 7 at night. I watched the COVID numbers there, and last night was the first time in several days where we had no deaths. We've had deaths almost every day except yesterday. So for me, that's a wake-up call. People think that it's going away. It isn't going away. Our numbers are increasing, and if we're not careful, they will continue to increase. So, Mrs. Goodwin.
Yes, Madam Chair, and deaths follow with a lag time new cases, and that's been proven as well. To get back to younger children sometimes are asymptomatic and do not know they have COVID, but they can be spreaders, and they can, in a very great way, spread the virus to others. Their loved ones, their family members at home, grandma, grandpa. We're finding that many of our students who are doing remote learning now may be multi-generational families, and that's of concern. But I keep mentioning this because I think it's important as well. The MISC that I see on the pediatric reports, we have close to 70 cases in Florida of young children with MISC, and we've had a case in Sarasota. So can you address or speak to that?
Yeah, MISC is a known complication of COVID. Fortunately, it's not that common. You mentioned there's about 70 cases. Yeah, we saw one case here in this area. We don't know whether this is going to be a problem that is going to be more common in the future or less common. We just don't have enough experience with it. But it's an issue, and then there's so many other unknowns also, things that don't get discussed as much. You know, a lot of conversation these days about what's called long COVID, so complications. We talk about deaths a lot, but we don't talk about morbidity. A lot of people that recover, they are left with a whole variety of symptoms that we don't understand well, and we don't know where that's going, and this is going to affect our population. And again, like you said, young children can be asymptomatic, they can be carriers, and they can be vectors and transmit to others that can get into a lot more trouble than them. Yeah, fortunately, young children at that age do not get affected as much. But the problem is that as the numbers increase, there will be more children at this age getting the disease. And, as we get larger numbers, there will be opportunities for MISC cases or some other cases that we don't want, and I look at sometimes at people that look at cases that are occurring in other parts of the country, and we read every day about teachers dying from acquisition of this disease in school systems. And this is the last thing that we need, is one of our young children getting a severe illness, and God forbid a death, or one of our good teachers getting a disease and also dying. So once that happens, it becomes extremely traumatic for the community, and it's difficult to recover from that.
I see. Mrs. Brown?
I have one more question. I understand that we do have some of those quick response tests now that we got from, I don't know, the state, the federal government sent us, about 900? I mean, how do we use those, and how do we report the information so that the Department of Health gets it? So, and I would imagine as more of those tests are being sent out to nursing homes and everything, it's going to be harder to get those results. Is there something set up either through the school district or the health department, so when those tests are taken, that you get the information?
There is a process in place, both for the schools and, as you mentioned, for the long-term care facilities to electronically report those. rapid test results. There's essentially a patient portal or a reporting portal via the internet that can report both positive and negative results to us at the health department.
What's the best way to be using them now?
We've been having conversations with Jody and the district team on how best to utilize them. We're still working through the process. We do know, because we've been partnering already, the health department and the district to offer testing through the state lab. And the demand is there. It's not a huge demand. I think there's a lot of capacity in the community to get tested as well. So still working on strategies how best to utilize the rapid test that the state sent to the district. But testing is available through our already existing partnership.
And if they need one at the test, at the health department, you have to call and make an appointment. What about the other test sites? Do we have to make an appointment for those too? You can't just drive up, I don't think, can you?
For the other two test sites in the county, the one at Robert L. Taylor and the one that's off of Cattleman.
100 Cattleman Drive, yes.
That essentially was the UTC test site moved. Both of those are walk up or drive up. You don't have to have an appointment for those test sites.
You do not need an appointment?
You do not, that is correct.
And what about the ones that the school district has down at the Osprey and Northport site? Do we need appointments for those?
Yes, we do take appointments there. It just helps us manage the flow of individuals. So far, we haven't had any issues with people not being able to get appointments or handling the volume or demand for testing.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I see no one else has any questions on the board here. Dr. Aspen?
So thank you, Madam Chair. I think at this point we'll move into our speakers. So if you want to begin with that.
Thank you very much, doctors, for being there and for answering our questions. It's greatly appreciated.
You're welcome. Thank you for having us.
Welcome. Thank you.
I should tell you all that we have 57 cards. So, just so you know. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to speak. When the timer flashes yellow, 1 minute remains and you need to begin to summarize. If you do not summarize, your mic will be cut off. Please note that respect for divergent viewpoints and civility will be shown at every board meeting. Whether you agree or disagree with the speaker, you should listen politely and respectfully without making any sounds of approval or disapproval, including clapping. Please note, the board members are here to listen to you. This is not a time for debate, and the board will not take any formal action on your comments unless your comments relate to an agenda item. If your comments relate to a non-agenda item, the board may refer the matter to staff for a report prior to the board's next meeting. The school board is committed to civility and decorum in the conduct of its meetings. Please assist us in maintaining a civil and constructive meeting environment by confining your comments to the issues and refraining from intemperate or rude remarks. Per state statute 1001.372(3), anyone causing a disruption will first be given a warning. If the conduct does not stop, you will be removed from the chambers. Board members have received your online comments prior to this meeting. So we will begin with Rona Bazzini. And on deck will be Deborah Barkley.
First, thank you, Dr. Asplin. That was a very thoughtful statement. Good afternoon. My name is Rona Bazzini. I'm a resident of Sarasota. I have no personal connection with the Sarasota school system, but I am a firm believer that democracy cannot survive without an educated population. I'd like to speak about the controversy regarding the inclusion of racial bias in the curriculum. The Black Lives Matter movement seems to be the center of the controversy. The impetus for the movement was the failure to indict George Zimmerman in the killing of Trayvon Martin in 2013. 3 black women activists, Alicia Garza, Patrice Cullors, and Opal Tomei, were the founders. As more incidents of black lives, men and women, were lost at the hands of the police, the movement caught on. It evolved eventually into the Black Lives Matter Global Network, with movements and multiple chapters throughout multiple countries. One of the ironies of successful movements is they become messier and more open to co-opting. For this very reason, it seems sensible to me that one would only want to study it to find out just what it's really about. It permeates our atmosphere. One cannot deny its presence. And unless students have changed an awful lot since I went to school, the best way to get their attention is to put something off limits. Excuse me. Let me suggest going to the original source. A perfect starting point is an interview with Patrice Cullors, who was one of the originators of the movement. She was interviewed on Democracy Now! On January 16th, 2018, when her book, When They Call You a Terrorist, was published. Alicia Garza, another founder, came out with a book today. The title of her book, The Purpose of Power, How We Come Together When We Fall Apart. I suggest you Google them. Black Lives Matter is just the latest iteration of African American history, which we already include in our curriculum. It's a movement, and as that implies, it is not static. We are living in the present. When the students of today are my age, it will be part of history. Let's hope that they can say, and we can say, that they paid attention. I'm very optimistic because I have seen more exemplary behavior from the students than I have from some of us adults.
Thank you. Deborah Barkley, and up on deck will be Melissa Bagandi.
My name is Deborah. Members of the community have stood here sharing the detrimental effects physically, emotionally, and socially that they have seen on their own children wearing masks. But I hear clearly in today's workshop and this meeting that you do not care. This information comes directly from the CDC. A new study conducted by 11 medical institutions analyzed a group of people who tested positive for COVID in July. Among those infected, more than 70% reported that they had always worn a mask for the preceding 14 days. Another 14.4% said they had often worn a mask. Almost everyone who got coronavirus in July was wearing a mask. So masks are not preventing the spread, and they are causing other issues. I read this assumption that if masks are made voluntary, the maskless children will bully the masked. The kids, my kids, don't care if anyone chooses to wear a mask, just like they don't care what color or religion or sex anyone is. That's because I have taught them to respect their fellow human. So we parents will do whatever we need to do within our legal rights to ensure that our freedoms are protected and recognized. And for me, I'm doing what I do because I care. After perpetuating this fear, the board claims that we are left with either losing teachers or losing students. There are private schools that do not require masks, and they have not experienced outbreaks. Their administrators and teachers are not fearful, so they will gain our students, our money, and our trust. Some speakers at these meetings have claimed that we red shirts are racists in favor of whitewashing history. Slavery is wrong. It always has been. Our founding fathers were not perfect, nor do we claim they were. Segregation was wrong. Treating any human being badly or less than is wrong. It always has been, and it always will be. I am in favor of having the truth taught in school. This includes the truth that all people are equal, all have the same rights and freedoms under the Constitution of this great nation, and that it took a lot to get there while many people did suffer unjustly. Also, the truth that each citizen is accountable for his or her own actions, not those of their ancestors. I want to be very clear. I believe that public school is not the place for any ideology to be taught as curriculum, not even my own. In middle and high school, having teachers facilitate discussion and debate around the politics, beliefs, and movements that help shape our country is not a problem for me. It's important as long as the teachers remain neutral. It is not radical to insist upon equal expectations and treatment for every student and a safe and non-biased learning environment within our tax-funded public schools. I believe that most every parent, regardless of their shirt color, views on masks, or politics, desires a positive learning environment for their children. I implore you to make that your goal.
Thank you. Melissa Bakudi, sorry, I'm butchering it. On deck is Ashley Cody. Leave your mask on, please, because you're getting germs on the mic, and the next person coming up will catch it.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. My name's Melissa Bacondi.
No, over you. So thank you.
I'm socially distanced, so it's fogging up my glasses.
I know. Mine does mine too.
Okay. Can I have my time start now?
Yes.
Okay.
Start over, Kathy.
It's time to expose the BLM movement for what it really is, and it has nothing to do with Black people or Black history. Right from the Black Lives Matter website, it states, "We affirm that lives of Black, queer, and trans folks, disabled folks, undocumented folks, folks with records, women, and the list goes on." Again, right off their website is support for the BREATHE Act, which wants to defund the police, replace police officers with mental health counselors, and remove all police officers from the schools. Now you go and ask the parents of a kid who was killed at the Parkland High School shooting if they want police officers removed from schools. But there you have it, the real agenda of the Black Lives Matter movement. It seeks to divide us based on our differences. What happened to one nation under God? Please tell me what being queer, trans, or disabled has to do with Black history. Don't we already have a Black History Month? What other group is given a full month dedicated to history? Where's the Indian History Month, the Asian History Month, the Holocaust History Month? The truth is, there should be no special interest History Month in schools. Under agenda number 28, Ms. Brown, Ms. Zucker, and Ms. Goodwin now want to spend our hard-earned taxpayer money and hire a director of equity, or equity czar, if you will. Will this person indoctrinate our children with Black Lives Matter philosophy, anti-bias, and cultural sensitivity training? These three ladies appear to want our children to learn to hate America, to apologize for being white, to hate the police, to riot, and just tear it all down. The only thing that needs tearing down is the national security threat of the terrorist group Black Lives Matter. On to masks. I'm not anti-mask, but I am against mandating masks in children. Again, teachers should be given N95 masks and goggles. They offer perfect protection regardless if a child is wearing a mask or not. I didn't hear anybody ask the professional tonight about that. And you should get an independent doctor that's not associated with someone in town. As of today, total COVID positive cases, according to the dashboard, since August within Sarasota County schools is 115 people out of 43,000 students. This is a rate of less than 0.26%. We are masking 43,000 healthy children for less than 1/2% of the Sarasota County school population. This is ridiculous. Parents should have a choice to weigh the risk-benefit. Again, you were talking about the MISC. Are we going to mask everybody because of strep throat for Kawasaki's disease, which is very similar? We're going to have masks forever. Now for some more breaking news. The Florida Citizens Alliance just issued a cease and desist letter to the Sarasota County School Board over proclaiming October as LGBT History Month. If this is not rescinded, then all 43,000 students in Sarasota County schools should expect to receive a letter of eligibility for the Hope Scholarship. This will pay for you to go to private school of your choice. Parents, your children are not safe.
Cover your mouth, please.
I'm sorry, I'm having shortness of breath due to the breath.
No, I'm sorry. Talk
Brown,
slower then.
Zucker, Goodwin trio on the school board. Please visit Sarasota County School District. Thank you.
Ashley Cody, and on deck is Steele Logan.
Evening. So you could hear all the chanting out there. Again, I'm glad to be inside this time instead of being yelled and screamed at. The masks, I watched the workshop. Unfortunately, it seems like you guys are just digging your heels in. My question is the procedures. You don't have procedures in place for your teachers, for your administration. Who is to say when they can have breaks? And this is a problem. We've talked to many parents, obviously the Concerned Parents Group. We have many parents in your schools right now, and some of them are having to keep their masks on at PE and at recess, but yet aftercare, they don't have to have it on. So what's going on there, number one. Number two, one school says, yes, they're supposed to have this on during recess or PE, and another school is saying it's not. These are your principals, these are your administrative staff, and these are your teachers who have no guidance. What guidance and procedures are you putting in place? Today, you guys made it clear that you're just gonna keep masks. Fine. If you're gonna do that, I wasn't really on the mask bandwagon, but I am now, because again, you're quelching our rights, our children's rights, and I have every right to be up here to public speak, just like someone who just graduated from Pineview, someone from Booker High School, because my son, he's 8, and he can't speak for himself. He could, but then it'd just be about games or something else, or Minecraft, or who knows what else. But my point is, why don't you have something in place to help your teachers, your administration, figure out when they're gonna have mask breaks, make sure PE, Dr. Asplin, make sure at PE time, if they're socially distanced and they're outside, why do they need face coverings? Why do our children need these? It doesn't make any sense. If we're socially distanced, we are 6 feet apart, they're out running around, they're on the equipment, they're sharing the same equipment, why can't they have their masks off and have freedom of that? Same thing on the workshop today, it was mentioned that some teachers aren't okay with doing the 5-minute breaks. That's a problem. We said we fixed the policies, right, to say, give them a break, give them a break. My kid's school is amazing. They get breaks. His teachers, amazing. But that's not every school, and that's your problem. That's where you need to focus. Please make a procedure, get together, and make sure you have guidelines for your staff. That's your problem. Once you have that fixed, I think you'll have a much better reaction from both sides. Thank you.
Thank you. Steele Logan, and on deck is Steele Williams.
Good evening, Sarasota County School Board. My name is Steele Logan. I've been here multiple times, and I'm from Sarasota Middle School. I'm here on behalf of my peers, teachers, and administrators who are afraid to speak out about this mask mandate. And today I'm going to be talking about choice. As U.S. citizens, we all have choices we make based every day based on our beliefs, whether it has how we were raised and what we were taught or have been modeled. We have a choice to do many things in life, some that enhance life and some that do not. But one thing that stands true is our freedom of choice, and here are some examples. Starting off with eating bad foods. Poor food choices lead and contribute to 84,946 people dying from diabetes, or 3% of each deaths all year. 655,381 people die from heart disease, or 23.1% of all deaths each year. And both of these choices kill. Next, we have a choice to smoke cigarettes. 480,000 people die each year from choosing to smoke, and 41,000 people die per year as a result to secondhand smoke exposure. Abortions, they've killed 862,000 babies in the U.S. in 2017. And for coronavirus, 220,000 deaths in the U.S. out of 8.26 million positive cases. And the CDC showed that 70% of people who wore masks always wore a mask got COVID, as opposed to the 4% that never wore masks. Personally, I think that's a little bit of common sense there, that there's no proof and there's no reasoning we should be wearing masks. It is not for me to judge others and for the choices they make based on their personal beliefs, educated minds, and concerns, whether they are good or bad. But our First Amendment is a freedom of choice. All these can kill, but people are given the freedom to choose. And I do want to point out that some of these require a specific age to choose, as it is clear that elementary age, middle school, and high school age kids are not mature enough to make these types of adult decisions, as they are not fully responsible to make these types of decisions. So as a student, my parents normally have full parental control over me as what they believe is best for my health and well-being. It should be their right and choice to choose whether or not me and my brothers are to wear a mask based on our personal beliefs, educated minds, and concerns. Have you considered the short and long-term effects of masks? Because I can tell you it's been affecting me emotionally, socially, and physically. What about the teachers and students who are forced to work and learn in this mandated environment? Have you ever tried speaking at a length with a mask on? Do you know how horrible it is to try to hear teachers' muffled voices in the back of the classroom? What about my little brother in kindergarten who's trying to learn sounds and facial recognition? How is this going to affect his future learning? Think about how boring it is all day staring at a masked face and trying to stay focused on what my teacher is saying, and we wonder why kids are failing. What about the added stress that the teachers feel from not having parent volunteers assisting and engaging with the students that they desperately need extra attention?
Thank you. Steele Williams, and on deck is Amy Grotz.
Hi, my name is Steele Williams. I'm a 7th grade student in McIntosh Middle School, and here today to tell you why we should take the mask mandate off. Why are we wearing masks? What are the benefits? What are the burdens? How does it apply to kids? Have each of you made that assessment? Why are we wearing masks? Well, if a mask is worn properly, it should be tightly pressed against your face so that you cannot breathe through the gaps on your cheeks that a loose mask would produce, so that your only way of breathing is through the mask. The purpose of masks was like breathing through a filter, but everyone knows that filters eventually need to be changed, some more frequently than others. Doctors change their masks 4 times in a 4-hour period just so that bacteria does not build up in the mask and they become sick from breathing it. Why don't we? Since we don't, masks are becoming more harmful and useless than if we didn't wear masks at all. It's not natural for us to wear masks. Our bodies were built to make immunities to diseases and viruses. That's how God made us. Masks, as usual, have their ups and downs. But when the downs are more than the ups, we have a problem. Masks cover our face, obviously, but it covers the lower half of our face, the speaking and breathing part, which reduces the ability to interpret, mimic, and communicate with those around us. Also, they affect our mental health and lead to depression. As a middle school student, when I'm wearing a mask, I do not feel right. Same with my colleagues. This is unnatural. Bacteria can also build up in the mask, as I stated earlier. It can build up and you can start to breathe the bacteria in again, bringing in unwanted germs into your body. This is basically inviting viruses into your body. But there's a way to prevent this. Students should be provided with masks so that they can change them every class period, just so that bacteria does not build up. That will cost a lot of money though, and the cleaning supplies to disinfect the masks before handing them out to students as well. Would it really be worth it to spend all this time and money worrying about all the side effects of masks, or take the mask mandate off and make it optional? As my speech comes to a close, think about this. Is it worth it? Should we look at the facts monthly and make adjustments to the information provided, or do we take the dictator approach, which is I'm a bully, I'm in charge, and because I said so? Decide wisely, because your careers will depend on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Amy Grotz, and on deck is Rick Farah.
Madam Chair, can we ask them to cut the video? I mean, it's...
To what?
To cut the video on the screen. It's just distracting.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. It's Amy Grotz, Long O. The union-generated mass survey that you have referred to is 4 months old. We need an updated survey that will allow the staff members and families to offer valid, updated input. Ms. Goodwin, the other educators do want to fight this battle, but they're afraid to speak out for fear of retaliation. I think I'm the only one. I could be wrong. They need an anonymous way to communicate their viewpoints. We can't rely on the old data. Please send out a new survey. And don't leave the families out of this decision. Their children are the reason we are here.
I support the lawsuit that the parents are pursuing because I am also a parent in this community. That is why I am exercising my freedom of speech. The state of emergency in Florida expired 46 days ago. The City of Sarasota's public health emergency is set to end in 3 days. The face covering ordinance is set to expire on October 28th. Consider continuing our mask policy as a recommendation. We can make reasonable accommodations for those who need them. As educators, it's our job to accommodate all children. The results of the new survey can guide our recommendations and accommodations going forward, but let's go forward. I will be sharing this speech and a link to the meeting with Governor DeSantis. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Rick Ferrara. And on deck is Lisa Singerson.
Let me know when we're ready.
We're ready.
All right. My name is Rick Ferran. I am a Taino descendant and Latino legal immigrant, communism survivor, and a disabled United States Marine veteran. I am a Sarasota resident and parent to one of your students. I am here to be a reminder of the American freedom we have forgotten, the American unity we have lost by the toxic control of those who have corrupted the halls of our justice system and the media. I am the reminder of the sacrifice made in our veteran national cemeteries, fighting tyranny, communism, fascism, and oppressive systems around the world. I'm speaking against the oppression of masks and the foolish idea of defunding our police and the indoctrination of Marxist socialist organizations in our American schools. Never in a million years would I have thought I would stand here and remind you as a communism survivor how important our freedoms are, and not to live in fear, to stand for our American values and support all of our first responders. If you have experienced what Marxism has done to my birth country, you will be standing here also to wake up each and every one of you. This isn't our first rodeo, folks. We Americans have had to deal with much worse. But since I won't change your mind, I will ask you to look around again. We're all Americans, races, religions, genders, all Americans. But in today's climate, those who want to maintain power at all costs have divided us by politics, races, divided us by mask wearers and non-wearers, white shirts, red shirts. Divided us and conquer us is the daily agenda. As I stand here as your local resident, many of those speaking today do not live in our county or don't even have children in our schools, but I do. I represent the silent majority. Tell me why South Dakota is doing so well, a state that also did not lock down or has a mask mandate, as a state that has served my nation honorably. And I believe this is the American way to choose for oneself and not to suppress other people's freedoms while doing them. Remember, you are American first. If you feel safer wearing a mask, then wear the mask. But if you are healthy and have a strong immune system and you choose not to, then that's also your freedom. Marxism and socialism has no place in our country. 2 years ago, we all asked for more law enforcement to provide secure environment for our children, and now we hear from Marxist organizations they want to defund our police. But same folks want the police to enforce mask mandates. This isn't a rational thought, people. I will leave you with this. As I stated, I serve my nation honorably. I took the same oath you also took. My oath has no expiration date, and I will continue to defend our constitutional right against enemies, foreign and domestic. I will protect my child and other children from the toxic dangers of Marxism and indoctrination in our schools. And if you support Marxism, socialism, fascism, or communism in any way, shape, or form, you are an enemy of our Constitution. You are an enemy of our American freedom way of life. Ronald Reagan said it best. Freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. We didn't pass it to our children in the bloodstream. It must be fought for, protected, and handed on to them to do the same. Or one day we will spend our sunset years telling our children that we once like to be in the United States, but where men were free.
If you would like to clap, you can clap outside, please. Thank you. Lisa Singerson. And on deck is Julia de Chevron Valette.
Good afternoon. Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you again today. I watched the workshop this morning, and it gave me hope that the board's going to make the right decision today and vote to keep the mask mandate in place for the remainder of this school year. Even with that, though, I felt the need to come here today to speak in support of the mandate. The small, loud group that opposes the mask has been even louder since the last school board meeting, and they continue to claim that they're the majority. Interestingly, today, the Herald Tribune group started a very unscientific poll on the Sarasota County Schools Facebook page about whether people support keeping the mask mandate. At last check, people supported the mask policy at a rate of 5 to 1. The anti-mask people are not the majority. However, this is not a matter for vote, opinion, or choice. It's a matter for scientists and medical professionals. These are people who overwhelmingly agree that wearing masks will help reduce the spread of this virus. The politicization of a simple public health measure is dangerous and an unfortunate symptom of the climate in our country right now. I hope today you'll make the final vote to extend the mask policy through the end of this school year so that everyone can focus on more important issues. Of course, we all want to get to a place where we will no longer need to wear masks. In order to get there, though, we all need to be unselfish, to look beyond ourselves, and to do everything we can in schools and everywhere else to take care of our fellow human beings. The second issue that has received a great deal of attention lately is a discussion about the inclusion of cultural diversity in the curriculum for students and in trainings for teachers. The unfortunate truth is that racism exists on both the individual level and the institutional and systemic levels. Cultural bias also exists. By our human nature, we tend to see things through the lens of who we are and the people who are around us. Another unfortunate reality is that things have happened in our great country that have not been so great. There are things that have happened in our history that have been ugly and hurtful and still affect large numbers of people in our country. It's important for our schools to be a place for students to learn about difficult issues and a safe place to have discussions about racism, bias, privilege, tolerance, oppression, inclusion, diversity, and more challenging topics. I support any efforts by Sarasota County Schools to enhance and expand these important teachings and discussions among students, teachers, and staff. Dr. Asplund, thank you for your thoughtful and meaningful statement earlier, and thank you all so much for doing the right thing for our wonderful students in our fantastic schools.
Thank you. Julia de Chevron Villette, and on deck is Joyce Payne.
Hi, my name is Julia. I am in 3rd grade and I am 9 years old. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and for taking the time to listen to me today. I really wanted to tell you how I feel about having to wear a mask at school. It is very hard for me to interact with my friends. I miss seeing their faces. I see them, but I don't really see them. Seeing my friend's whole face helps me know how they feel. I cannot read their emotions without seeing their mouth move. I'm not sure if they are smiling or if they are upset or if they just made a joke. Your eyes and mouth have to work together to show someone how you feel. It has been a long, long time since I have seen my friends the way I used to see them. Without everyone wearing masks at school, it is especially hard for me to enjoy a conversation or a joke or a game, or even just talking. Talking is a big part of school for me. Seeing someone's whole face makes me happy. I usually smile a lot, and I need to see smiles to feel good inside my heart. Wearing a mask does not allow me to have fresh air at school. It feels hot on my face. I'm very distracted by my steamy breath inside my mask. It is difficult to concentrate in class. I feel mostly tired. I feel like I can't take deep enough breaths. My mask only lets me take small little breaths. If I try to take a deep breath, my mask blocks the air against my nose and mouth. When I finally get to take my mask off after school, I feel free. That is how I feel about wearing a mask at school. Thank you for hearing about how I'm experiencing this rule you have made for me. I look forward to breathing without a mask on soon. I hope it will be soon.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Joyce Payne, and on deck is Pauline Testerman.
Hi, I'm a retired public health nurse, and I believe that it should be up to the parents to decide. Masks are essential in the medical field. You wouldn't believe it is a good practice if a doctor would perform surgery on you without a mask. You would not want your surgeon to sneeze into your sterile field. Also, if you're caring for a patient with compromised immune system, you wouldn't want to expose that person to pathogens. That said, why should the healthy wear masks in public? We've learned much about the COVID-19 over the past month. We know that the virus causes one to lose their sense of smell and taste. We know the virus is most deadly to the elderly, those with health conditions such as COPD, cancer, and those with compromised immune systems. Most children who become infected, however, tend to have symptoms such as fever, cough, and fatigue, if any symptoms at all, and it's not like the flu. The flu, in fact, is more deadly. Early studies have shown that children do not contribute much to the spreading of this virus, according to the Harvard Health Publishing report. During the H1N1 pandemic of 2009, there was no lockdown, no social distancing, and no wearing of masks. 60 million were infected in the United States, and it was more deadly to children. It seems that every time there is a new pandemic, we must evaluate the situation, and do the least amount of harm to our children and our country. We need to educate our students on how to build up their immune systems through exercise and a nutritious diet. And we must remember that, sunshine gives us vitamin D, which helps our immune system, and also sunlight and ultraviolet light kills the virus, including COVID. So what does the science say? There was a mother who talked about the CDC report in September about masks not being effective for preventing the spread, but in the past, OSHA has said cloth masks won't protect you from airborne pathogens, neither will surgical masks, which have inadequate filtration. July 16th, the Journal of Pediatrics and Child Health asked the question, do face masks protect against COVID-19? Found that masks can cause more problems than protections. Their conclusion, no good evidence that face masks protects the public against infection with respiratory viruses. In fact, masks may only offer the illusion of protection, and many mask wearers may be spreading disease because of how they use them, through touching and everything. Past research has shown that surgical and cotton masks do not trap the SARS-CoV-2, which can be detected on the surface.
Thank you very much. Paulina Testerman, and on deck will be Julie Kumar.
Good afternoon. My name is Paulina Testerman. I'm a graduate of Riverview High School, and my two children currently attend Sarasota County Schools. If the board will indulge me today, I'm going to tell you a story, and I promise to circle back to the mask debate. In 1995, a man by the name of MacArthur Wheeler successfully robbed two banks in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. The following day, after the police posted the surveillance tapes of the robbery of the Nightly News, MacArthur Wheeler was arrested. Wheeler was in complete dismay that he was apprehended and demanded to know how the police tracked him down. The police played the surveillance tape, which showed him in the act. Wheeler, dumbfounded and utter disbelief, announced emphatically, "But I wore the juice." The police wondered whether Wheeler may be on drugs, but Wheeler's explanation left everyone scratching their head. Wheeler explained that he had read that lemon juice is the key ingredient in disappearing ink, and that if it worked for ink, it should work to help him disappear too. He smeared his face with lemon juice and proceeded to rob two banks, sure that he would never be caught. The lemon juice ran into his eyes and stung him so horribly that he could barely see. Members of this board, this is the problem with people who know a little bit about a lot. This is the problem with lay people purporting to be experts. This is the problem with listening to the expert opinions of non-experts. Everyone who stands against wearing masks in public places, including public schools, is just another MacArthur Wheeler. They don't have any formal education or true scientific knowledge of what they're even talking about. I implore the school board to stop asking parents what they want. Stop sending us questionnaires. Stop emailing us links to surveys. We are not the experts. We are parents. And however well-intentioned, parenting doesn't make you an expert in how viruses are passed. We are not epidemiologists. We are not statisticians. We are not immunologists. We are not virologists, nor are most of us doctors or scientists. There's a simple reason why I don't ask my accountant to fix my car and why I don't ask my electrician to file my taxes. I rely on experts in their field. Let's leave the decision-making to true professionals and not a bunch of loudmouth non-experts who simply like to hear their own voice. Stop giving a voice and validating those who choose to wear lemon juice on their face instead of masks. It's embarrassing, and we're better than that. I implore the board to consider the advice of experts and the body of experts only when deciding the fate of our children's future. Stop asking parents. They don't know. Ask the experts, the doctors, the scientists, the people who study this for a living, not people who just turned on YouTube and listened to a speech and think that they now know what's best for their children. Thank you.
Thank you. Julie Coomer?
Yes.
And then on deck is Gretchen Lovewell.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm a Sarasota County volunteer and the parent of a Sarasota middle school student. My daughter started kindergarten 7 years ago, and I've been volunteering ever since in different functions. We're very happy at Sarasota Middle and happy with the team Dr. Breslin has put together, including our daughter's teachers. I'm here with an earnest request for the school board. Those currently serving and new members who will begin their tenure later this year. I'm asking you to take some time, think about why you're here and the message you're sending parents, staff, and students in this district. If you disagree and ignore parents' positions on the controversial issues, you're dismissing the views of half the Sarasota school parents. And you're telling those voters, those parents, they don't matter. I'm not referring to your political party preference. This board is said to be nonpartisan. So that's the expectation from constituents. The oath you've taken requires you to care for all those you serve. If you have unbridled animus for the members of our community whose views you don't share, or you think some of the families in the district shouldn't be permitted to have their views represented, I respectfully ask you to step away and allow someone who can be impartial to serve. Sarasota parents are counting on their school board members to take the views of those with whom they disagree into consideration without prejudice of any kind. In the classroom, our kids are taught to respect others who are different from themselves. Initiatives in all the schools focus on kindness and compassion. There are traits we reward for our children in the classrooms, and yes, the goals aren't always achieved, but they're ones we aspire to, and ones that should be modeled in every aspect of the district. As parents, we have a very personal investment in the outcome of what's decided here. In the past few months, I've seen countless posts from parents in this community who don't believe their voices are heard. They don't feel respected, and they're angry. Some parents are considering options available to them with state scholarships and loans to educate their children outside the public school system, only because they think that that way maybe they'll get some attention, and some of the board will pay attention to their concerns. I don't want to see this distrust and the exodus. I want our district to remain strong and committed to educating all our students. The stakes are especially high for those of us with children in this district. And we hope that the board members will listen without personal bias for the sake of our children and our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Gretchen Lovewell, and on deck is Volenza, is the only last name I can read. Hi.
Hi. Thank you, Dr. Asplin and board members, for listening to us yet again. I'm here today to voice my strong support for the mask mandate. As of yesterday, Sarasota County officials reported that 8,967 residents have tested positive for COVID-19. I am one of those residents. I had the disease earlier this summer, and I have the antibodies. My doctor told me that doesn't mean I have immunity. It just means that if I get it again, I'm more likely to not die. I'm one of the lucky ones. I'm not one of the 311 county residents that have already died. I felt it was important to be here today for those that cannot be, and to show that just because a faction may be the loudest in the room, that doesn't mean they represent the majority. More importantly, they do not represent the science behind how to keep our students, staff, and teachers safe. We are in the midst of a global pandemic. This isn't just Sarasota. Masks are just one of the simple but crucial measures that we can take to mitigate this serious airborne pathogen. Masks are not an infringement of our First Amendment rights, and that's backed in the Florida courts. Just this past July, Palm Beach County cited Jacobson v. Massachusetts when declining to issue an injunction against a mask ordinance, stating that, and I quote, "Constitutional rights and the issues of limited government do not allow citizens to wholly shirk their social obligation to their fellow Americans or to a society as the whole. After all, we do not have a constitutional right to infect others," end quote. Court rulings aside, the science and our community health experts strongly support masks. I'm a scientist. I understand how and why the CDC recommendations changed. It's because we're watching science unfold in real time. That's how science works. We learn and we adapt as we get more knowledge. Some here this afternoon will argue that there is a mental health risk to our kids wearing masks. One has to wonder what the toll would be on a child losing a loved one because they brought home this virus. I really try to put myself in your shoes. I can only imagine how difficult it is to be a policymaker right now. Threats of lawsuits, petitions calling for your jobs, and countless emails, not to mention hours of public comment. And the weight of the district's health resting on your vote. It's a lot. Now is not the time to end this mandate. As someone who has devoted their career to science, as someone who has had this virus, and as a wife of a teacher and a concerned parent in this district, I respectfully ask that you please follow the recommendations sent forth by the CDC and our local health officials. Continue with the mask mandate until the experts say it's time to stop. That's the metric of when you lift the mandate. It's a simple measure to keep our community, and most importantly, our children safe. Thank you kindly for listening, and thank you for your service to our schools.
Thank you very much. Valenza, sorry, I cannot read your first name. It's M-O-C-K, I think? Okay. And on deck is David Graham.
Hi, my name is Mackenzie Valenza. I am currently a student of Sarasota County, and I feel very strongly about the mask mandate and about the statistical racism in our schools. Based on the mask mandate, I feel that it is completely unfair for people to want to not wear masks. In our school, we have had multiple cases and have had people come back from those multiple cases and have people not wanting to wear their masks. Personally, I feel most of the students feel threatened by people who don't wear their masks, and I feel most of the teachers do. We are all taking very necessary precautions to keep all of our desks clean and wear our masks. The people who aren't, we all feel very uncomfortable with. This is why I believe that the mask mandate should stay in. But with the statistical racism, I feel that in our schools, we don't have a lot of inclusivity of history. Based on history class, you notice how most of it is always white, about how the white men are always the heroes and the people who are doing this. We have a very small section in our school about Black people and African American history. Based on research I've done about the awful things that have happened in the early 1900s during slavery, I feel like it is more crucial to have I feel like it is crucial for us to talk about it in schools. Based on all the things I've read and all the things I feel, the statistical racism is not okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mackenzie. David Graham, and on deck is Christine Woodward. I don't know. Is there David Graham out there? Christine Woodward?
Thank you. As a parent, it's my job to make decisions based on what's best for my children. I didn't arbitrarily decide that I didn't want my kids to wear a mask. I researched, and studies show that mask wearing decreases cardiopulmonary function. It decreases oxygen saturation. It increases heart rate, respiratory rate. But these were all on adults. The effects went away when the masks were removed, but the studies were all done on adults. There was not one scientific study done on the long-term effects of prolonged mask use on children. But I guess that's kind of what this is right now. We're kind of in the middle of that experiment, and we're going to find out in a few months what the long-term effects are going to be on putting a mask on our children 7 hours a day, 5 days a week. Masks increase resistance to breathing. Now, as adults, most of us are okay with that. We have larger airways. We breathe at a slower rate. Children breathe at a rate of about twice that of adults, 18 to 30 breaths per minute. But we're going to put something in front of their faces that makes it harder for them to breathe, that increases that resistance to breathing. If you all can think back into the 90s, they're still using this protocol now, but doctors recommended removing everything from cribs and putting babies to sleep on their backs. This was to remove anything close to a baby's face that could potentially obstruct their breathing. They did this with the hopes of decreasing the number of babies dying every year from SIDS. And they succeeded. They were able to drop the number of deaths from over 10,000 a year to right around 3,500. And yet here we are, 30 years later, purposefully covering our children's faces. Now, I know some of you have your minds made up already. I'm not asking to completely get rid of the masks. I'm just asking you to do what so few of us are able to do now, especially people in higher office, and that's compromise. We spent $700,000 on those desk shields. Let's use them. When the kids are seated at their desks, let them remove the masks. I think that by giving the parents that are fighting this mask mandate just that little bit of hope, you're going to see so much more unity and so much less of this division that we're seeing now. And I thank you for your time, and I thank you for your service.
Thank you. Jennifer Oreckling. And on deck would be Jordan Connon. So it's Jennifer and Jordan. No? Okay, moving on. Ole Myers.
Good afternoon. My name is Jordan Cohen. I'm a senior at Pineview School, and I have attended school in Sarasota since 2011. I'm here today to address the issue of the Black Lives Matter movement being taught in schools. Black Lives Matter is a current event, and a very important one at that. Current events have been a part of my education while attending Sarasota County schools since 6th grade, and never once have they been such a controversial topic. It is only now that Black Lives Matter is a discussion that parents want to speak up and silence history. This is due to the systemic racism that runs deeply rooted in our school system. It is not the school board's place to censor history or to whitewash it, and it is extremely important for this movement to be taught and discussed in school. Students have the right to be properly educated without the bias of their parents or other guardian figures. This is not a political discussion. The Black Lives Matter movement is a part of U.S. history, and it is necessary that it be taught in schools as such. A proper and well-rounded education is not indoctrination, it is simply supplying someone with the full truth. I'm also here today to discuss the issue of masks. Masks are mandated in order to keep students, faculty, and their families safe from the virus. There is no medical proof that masks can cause harm to those wearing them, but there is an exponential amount of proof and research saying that they help to slow the spread of the virus. It is more important than ever to believe in science and trust those whose only goal is to protect you and save lives. If you are unhappy with your child wearing a mask, then you, the parent, have the option of having them attend school online, as many are already doing so for the purpose of keeping their child safe from those not wearing masks. This is also not a political issue, it is an issue of safety and protection. I wish I could say that I am astonished to see how little consideration for others that many of the people in this county show, but having grown up in the Sarasota County school system, I have been subject to witness so much discrimination and thoughtlessness throughout it towards others that sadly it is not surprising at all. I ask the board and everyone in this room to consider those at high risk, to concern yourself with more than just you and your family, and to think about the 200,000 plus people who have died from COVID and nearly 16,000 COVID-related deaths just in Florida. We have the third highest rate of COVID in the US, and the only way we are going to begin to bring that down is by wearing masks. While there are many other issues that need to be addressed regarding our school system, including racism, anti-Semitism, and homophobia, I do not have the time to directly address those today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ollie Myers. And on deck is Diane Harvey.
Hi, I'm Molly Myers. I'm 16 and I'm a student at Pineview School. Regarding Black Lives Matter and African American history, learning about non-white centralized history is important. Learning about Black Lives Matter is in no way forcing politics. It's also about human lives. It is about human lives. As a white student, I'm personally interested and willing to learn about the history of my classmates, and I don't understand why you guys are against it. This year, I'm in Pineview's first African American history class, and it's honestly one of my favorite classes I've ever taken. We are learning about Black history way more than just slavery, without the bias from the view of the oppressed rather than the oppressors. We take all input from classmates, discuss what we think, and listen to others. And with what we learn from history, we discuss current times and how we can educate and help those around us. This should be prioritized, learning from the mistakes of history and using it to shape our present and our future. And I think that's exactly what the school board should aim for our education. I have learned so much in this class already, and I want to continue pushing for it to be a greater part in education. Teaching the oppression and struggles of accomplishments of the Black community is important if we want to use what we learn and to make the world a better place. Regarding remote learning and masks, I'm currently a remote student doing my work at home. Please do not push to get rid of remote learning. Students need these options during the pandemic that has very much not ended. Some students have family who have pre-existing conditions that could be fatal or extremely consequential if they catch the virus. I believe schools should have remote learning options even more, to be honest, making education easily accessible to people in different situations, but that's another topic. I personally am doing remote learning because I care about not spreading the virus, and although that can be lowered incredibly significantly with social distancing and mask wearing, I'd still prefer to take all the precautions I can. Regarding masks, please continue to implement them in schools. There is no reason to not wear a mask during a pandemic. If you want to be in public, you can wear a mask. If not, stay inside and away from others. It is not harmful in any way. Doctors have been using them for years. The pandemic has not even been going on for a year, and viruses do not just disappear. Flattening the curves is vital. Thank you.
Thank you. Diane Harvey. And on deck is Cammie Yeagers.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to speak, and I appreciate your time. Basically, I'm really going to just talk from my heart. It has to do with Black Lives Matter, but it more has to do with my whiteness and my profession as a teacher and literacy coach. I started teaching in 1972. So this is not my first rodeo. I left the classroom when I moved here in 2019. So that's a lot of years educating and being with children. And it's always been my passion and my love. And I have I've just spent a lot of time with children and trying to help them the best I can. So I want to start with my background. Most of my years have been with elementary education, but in 1993, I had a rare opportunity to do my master's work and postmaster's work under Gay Sue Pinnell at Ohio State. She is the one who started guided reading. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but I'm sure. So people call her F&P, and I don't know, I just call her Gay Sue. And I have all of her manuscripts that were created before she put them in books. And I actually trained under her, and then once that happened, she sent Ohio State students to my little first grade. We had 6 of us, and all those Ohio State students would come to us for a year of study. We had them for a year to learn all about literacy training, and that's the teaching of reading and writing. So then ultimately, I was I moved from school districts as we moved, but I always was able to find a nice little job for myself, not realizing this was a pretty marketable skill. And one of my last big jobs was to be in Illinois, and I was hired under a grant to become a literacy coach for the entire district. And I went in and I evaluated all the teachers and how they taught reading and how they assessed reading. And then I had to go in and train the entire district on how to teach the teachers how to assess reading, which started with, really, it was the DRA. That's another reading level you'll see on the Scholastic. And that assessment started in my son's grade school. So I was really in the peak of all of this learning. So that reading has been my passion. And like I said, I left Atlanta in 2019, and I was in a title school. Now I'm adjusted here, and prior to COVID, I was going to offer my services as a volunteer for Sarasota schools and see what I could do. I could sit on the floor and read with children. It doesn't matter. That's how I started in Illinois. I was sitting on the floor, and somebody said, I was showing some lady my little portfolio, and she's like surprised. And all of a sudden, the next year, I was not on the floor. I was a literacy coach. End of story. That is my passion. That's what I love. Okay. Now, the next thing I want to tell you about. So this is all going on, and I'm in Florida, and I'm adjusted. And I think of myself as a really good person.
I'm sorry.
Oh, no.
I'm sorry.
Read this book.
Thank you very much. Cammie Yeagers, and on deck would be Trent Christian.
Good afternoon. Initially, I had emailed the entire board about my questions that I have, but I was told to come today by Ms. Brown and Ms. Zucker. Thank you for responding to me, and ask my questions here. So I would like to ask the board what has been discussed regarding the continuation of quarantining students who may have had exposure to someone who has tested positive. It seems our children are being pulled out of school for contact tracing when it really does not seem necessary. The kids are already wearing masks in class and have plastic dividers at every desk. Additionally, there are students who have been contact traced and not removed for up to 10 days after suspected initial exposure because the contact tracing takes so long. So it seems pointless to remove them. Between this and the mask policy without any breaks is causing mental health issues with our kids. I have definitely started noticing a difference in my son, and my daughter, unfortunately, is suffering from daily headaches from wearing the mask. Additionally, I would like to know what has been discussed regarding the general mental health of our children as we continue down this path. Do you have a plan to address the short and long-term mental health issues that are sure to arise? And finally, I would like to know what the long-term plan for mask use will be for the remainder of the year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Trent? Christiani? And on deck is Shelby Isaacson.
Mr. Christiani couldn't be here today, but he asked me to read this for him.
Your name?
Kendall Kaiser Gilmore. I'm here as a concerned citizen, but more so as a concerned father today. My daughter and I are both enthralled with science and the idea of learning about our world. So we set up an experiment at home recently. It's not important what it was, but suffice to say, it didn't work. It took a long time to prep, and all the conditions were right, but it didn't work. And we briefly lamented. But soon we both came to the simple conclusion, them's the breaks, but we'll look into it though, and we'll do better next time. I tell you this story because it was a lesson completely comprehensible to a 7-year-old. B, it solidly pertains to 3 issues currently facing our school system. I have heard a rumor that mask mandates may end in December, before the new year. This would assume the risk factor at that time will be lower, and that this disease will have become more manageable. In 1918, during the Spanish flu, many societies also tried to place expiration dates on their mask mandates, only to suffer a painful resurgence. They based their response off of people's patience with the mandates, rather than the status of the outbreak. Many died as a result of this foolishness. And society said, well, them's the breaks, but we'll look into it though, and we'll do better next time. I have heard a rumor that we may be removing targeted education regarding the recent protests, including the Black Lives Matter movement. In the 1960s, as many areas of America chose to condemn or ignore the civil rights marches that were happening just down the road. They chose to completely abandon any attempt to educate their youth, and the consequences of that inaction are still marching in our streets and dying in handcuffs. But them's the breaks, and we'll look into it though, and we'll do better next time. I've heard a rumor that we may be questioning the validity of our cultural sensitivity training, or rather, attempt at sensitivity. For 50 years, educational systems and industry actively resisted workplace sensitivity training, and it fostered a small but loud population of Americans that think everybody else is just soft. We're not soft, we're just decent. It's important for educators to address their inherent biases, and billions of dollars in lawsuits and millions of stunted educations, and 1,000 sociological studies later, here we are. And yeah, them's the breaks, but we'll look into it though, and we'll do better next time. But I'm here to remind you to finish that thought. It is next time. It's time to do better. Finally,
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Shelby Isaacson, and on deck is John Mizell. Is there a Shelby Isaacson here? Okay, John Mizell.
Good evening. I think it's almost evening, so thank you everyone for your time today. I wanted to speak to you today about the approval of the school land swap. Most of you are familiar with that. I've been here several times. Each time it's been delayed. There was supposed to have been an additional study performed on the appraisals. Lack of transparency, I haven't seen it. Maybe you have, but I don't know. Long story short is this keeps coming up and up and up again, and I wonder what's really going on. When you look at the history of it, there's a lot of inconsistencies and irregularities that I'm not going to get into, but let's talk about what's in front of us today. The proposed new land is appraised at open market best use available. As soon as you purchase it or agree to the swap, it then takes a school educational designation, which reduces the value of that property. It's also broken up into 2 parcels, which by doing so automatically increases the value of those parcels. Why not treat it as 130 acres instead of 2 parcels at 65 or 70 and 60, whatever it is, and get the true value of that property? More importantly, it's almost, I think it's valued at $17+ million today, is what they've appraised the property. Why did Neal Communities of Southwest Florida just purchase 66 acres in May of this year from the developer for $3.78 million? Why is the Sarasota County School District paying 2x the value for that property? I challenge each one of you to do what's fiscally responsible for the taxpayers and for each one of you to hold everyone accountable and responsible. I've been transparent. Where's the transparency on the other side of the table? Thank you.
Sheila Siegel. And next on deck is Douglas LaFalce.
Hi, thank you for the time today. I am a Sarasota County school parent, a homeowner, and a taxpayer in Sarasota County. I want to speak briefly first to my support to keep the mask requirement in Sarasota County schools. I hope the school board does the right thing and follows the American Academy of Pediatrics and Sarasota Memorial Hospital's own guidelines for mask wearing. According to the American Academy of Pediatrics, this virus is going to be with us for some time, and face coverings are a proven, effective way to prevent the spread of COVID-19. As parents prepare to send their kids to school and into childcare settings, cloth face coverings should be part of the new normal. I hope that the school board, in the middle of a pandemic that has killed more than 16,000 Florida residents as of this morning, will do the right thing. I'd like to use the rest of my time to talk about my support for anti-bias training for staff and educating students about the history of racism and the current disparities based on the color of someone's skin. I think on your agenda today is talking about the Director of Innovation and Equity. If that person will work on either of those things, I'm in support of that. I was inspired by the many students who spoke at previous school board meetings about their experiences with racism in Sarasota County schools. Sorry, I did not prepare well with water for today outside. No student should have to be picked on, bullied, made to feel that they are less than, or go to school in fear because of the color of their skin, their religion, or any other reason. We can and should do better for our students. For anyone who doubts that this is happening in our school system, I have a story about my own child, about anti-Semitism in an elementary school. Last year, a student told my child and other Jewish students that he knew that they were Jewish and that he sided with Hitler and the Nazis. This happened at a school we love and in a classroom with a wonderful teacher. It can happen anywhere. I tell this not to put the focus on anti-Semitism, but to illustrate that our schools are not free from racism and bigotry against others. I strongly support anti-bias training and for teachers and staff, both to address their own personal biases and to train educators on how to handle instances of racism and bigotry in their own classrooms and schools. I strongly support teaching students in our public schools the actual history that occurred in this country and about disparities based on the color of someone's skin. I wish our country did not have a history of enslaving human beings. I wish our country did not have a history of segregating people based on the color of their skin. I wish that we did not have current disparities in education, income, criminal justice system, and many other areas based on someone's race. But our country does have this history. As someone who worked as an attorney in both the criminal and civil legal fields, I would welcome the opportunity to talk with any of you about my experiences witnessing racism in these areas. If we censor education about the true history of race in this country and the current events surrounding race, what will be next?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Douglas LaFalce?
Having me. My concern is that we're going down a slippery slope with these masks, the mandating of these masks. I'm against mandating. What's next? Today we mandate masks. What's next tomorrow? Are we going to mandate vaccinations? I'm speaking for the children who don't have a voice to speak for themselves. I think that the mandating of these masks, having the kids wear these masks all day is very uncomfortable and expose them to bacteria and viruses, as other people have said, that remain in the mask. This is a slippery slope, and I think it starts off with the mask and the mandating the mask, but then down the road, they'll be mandating the vaccinations. And the kids will be the first ones on the line that'll be mandated to take those vaccinations. Benjamin Franklin said, "Those who give up essential liberty to purchase a little bit of safety deserve neither liberty or safety." And this is the concern, that we're traveling down this road. Everybody in this room is wearing a mask. Everywhere you go, everybody's wearing a mask. We lost our liberty. Currently, right now, while I'm standing here, my breathing has been inhibited. And the wearing of the mask inhibits your breathing. It inhibits the natural flow of gases in and out. My concern is that the end game of this pandemic, the end game is to vaccinate us all with an RNA vaccination. That is the end game, to track us all. And this RNA vaccination is going to genetically modify us. This is my concern. And this should be the concern of everybody in this room. Are we going to vaccinate? First we mandate the masks. First we have to travel in straight lines down the hallways of the grocery store. Next it'll be the vaccination that we all have to line up for, and it's going to be an RNA vaccination. I would ask everybody here, are you willing to next comply? I think we should resist the masks, resist the vaccinations that's going to be mandated, because Joe Biden, the next candidate, or even Donald Trump, they may mandate this. They may use the military to force you to take a vaccination. Are we going to go traveling down this road of complying? compliant to masks, compliant to vaccinations that we don't know what we're putting in our body, genetically modifying us like a genetically modified piece of corn. Really, this is what we got to think about. This is the real concern, and this is the end game. This is the end game of this virus, is to make sure in the end everybody gets vaccinated and gets tracked. They want to track everybody, and they're going to put an enzyme in that vaccination to make sure you have a medical passport to prove. You're going to have to prove you've been vaccinated. They want to make our lives so uncomfortable with all the social distancing and all the masks that we have to wear that in the end, we're going to comply. And
Thank you very much. Millicent Pulio. And next is Eric Caldwell.
I was just taking some notes. Good evening, board. Good evening, superintendent. For the record, Millicent Puleo, and I'm here because I was not able to attend the last meeting, and I simply reviewed it in the privacy of my own office. And I was greatly disappointed on Shirley's last comments for added security because of the fear of a threat. And I apologize in advance. Today, I see that our officers have done a great job at containing perhaps a small portion of time that it got a little heated. And I'm sure you're all aware of, with the exception of the new superintendent, we've been down this road before. We've had heated discussions. This is not the norm. It is the exception. And I do have to commend Eric, who really hit it on the nail. And I was disappointed that Bridget did not go along with him. Because what he stated, the intimidation of added officers has played a negative role in society, and we have to acknowledge that. And that's added expense. And personally, I believe you missed that opportunity when we added the security and more security in the schools. Timing is everything. And of course, I don't think the average person, as a parent of 3 daughters who were successfully raised here and graduated from Pineview, as a small business owner, as a caretaker to my vintage parents, because they are in their 90s, we have to consider this is a world pandemic, and we are going to spend more money. Really? I don't think that's the timing. I don't believe that this is the right thing to do. However, I do suggest that perhaps perhaps using a military type of canine. I love dogs, the presence of dogs. If we can introduce them, we have them in schools and libraries and hospitals. But adding to, we need to think outside of the box, as we're often told, for other options, not to spend our money, because the budget next year, with this pandemic, we're not going to have money. Where are you going to go? Ask for more taxes when everyone is hurting? It doesn't logically make sense. You miss that opportunity. You'll have to wait for a better time when the economy is stronger. Should we have to face heated topics again, or at least at this level, there's so much division. In addition to that, I would also like to mention, and I thank you, Eric, for what you said in the last meeting. You were absolutely correct. I'm going to miss your keen observation on when you bring topics to the general board. And I also, as a parent, that's the human right. That's the only organization I belong to.
Thank you, Millicent. We have to have a change of batteries right now. I'm going to the restroom.
No worries.
While they're changing the batteries, Eric Caldwell is next, followed by Summer Bosman.
I don't know if your microphone's on.
Is Eric Caldwell and Summer Bosman available?
Is your microphone on?
Is your microphone on?
I suppose that would help. Next up is Eric Caldwell. I think he's here. And then Summer Bosman, followed by Alexis Spiegelman. Is Summer Ballsman and Alexis Spiegelman outside? Oh.
Dividers.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Caldwell.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, members of the County School Board, parents. My name is Eric Caldwell. I'm the father of 2 children currently enrolled in Sarasota County Schools. As parents, we are our children's first teachers, the frontline educators, 24/7, 365. As parents and educators, we have an inherent obligation to provide safe, healthy, and nurturing environments for our children to grow, to learn, and to play. As such, we have a duty to do due diligent research and understand the threats and dangers in our environment, our society, etc. The largest danger I see staring me in the face every day is the horrific mask mandate. My children ride the bus to and from school every day.
Pull yours up? Thank you.
Ma'am, I'm having difficulty speaking with this thing on my face. My children ride the bus to school every day, to and from, 40 minutes to Pineview, probably the longest course in the district. They arrive home, they complain of headaches daily. I'm seeing signs of nauseousness, of dizziness, low energy levels. These are our children. This is our future we're dealing with here. Highly regarded neurosurgeon Dr. Russell Blaylock quoted as stating in a recent medical journal the following: wearing of face coverings, face masks can result in these conditions: CO2 accumulation in the blood, headaches, cognitive decline, damaged olfactory nerves, cardiac stress, increased rate of viral infections. These health issues constitute as injury, as child endangerment, cruel and unusual punishment. Acting under the auspices of in loco parentis, we all have a responsibility, a duty, an obligation to prevent harm in all forms from befalling our youth. By forcing the wearing of the masks and social distancing, we become the perpetrators inflicting the harm. I vehemently disagree with this fraudulent science used to support these heinous criminal conduct. I thereby call upon you all, the members of the school board, to justify your reasoning, your logic, and to prevent studies used to support this continued assault on public health, safety, and well-being. Who in the committee board is responsible for making these decisions? Based on what findings are these decisions made? I charge those involved with the ruling against the mask requirement. I charge those involved to abide by conduct demanded by the legal doctrine in loco parentis. We shall overcome. On other matters, slaves were forced to wear masks to punish and to silence them. On the subject of proposed forced vaccination, or the theory of vaccinations, I propose to you the following ingredients: amorphous aluminum, aluminum salts, barium, chicken embryo cell culture, E. coli bacteria, FD&C yellow food coloring, MSG, otherwise known as monosodium glutamate, sodium metabisulfite.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Summer Bossman, and next is Alexis Spiegelman.
Hello, my name is Summer Bossman, and I am a junior at Pineview School. Despite COVID, I'm really enjoying my time as an in-person student, but lifting the mask requirement would change that. One of the most common reasons I've found people oppose wearing masks is because case numbers in our school have been rather low. As of right now, there are only 30 cases in our school system. This shows that the current process we have is working. Removing the mask policy will cause a drastic increase in the number of cases. We must keep in mind that the number of COVID-19 cases in our schools is higher than the number shown, as these only count the number of people who have been tested. As many of you know, masks help reduce the transmission of COVID-19. This is because they block the water and aerosol particles entering and exiting your mouth and nose, which is how the virus circulates. According to the World Health Organization, without masks, the average person with COVID infects 2 to 4 people. It doesn't sound like much, but keep in mind that this is exponential growth. In past board meetings, I've heard parents claim that wearing masks hurts their children. However, as the American Lung Association states, quote, "There is absolutely no scientific evidence that mask wearing weakens the immune system," end quote. I can confirm this, as neither I nor any of my friends have had health problems because of masks. In fact, my parents usually remind me to take my mask off once I'm in the car. I simply forget I'm wearing it. When it's hot, wearing a mask can become a bit inconvenient, but the weather is getting cooler, so this isn't really an issue anymore. I have not been told to put on my mask after eating with any more than a gentle reminder. I am very sorry if your children have experienced otherwise, but I have yet to see a staff member yell at a student to put on a mask. Lastly, I'd like to say that wearing a mask doesn't scare me. In fact, not wearing a mask would make me far more anxious than wearing one. After all, if I'm wearing a mask, I know that the likelihood of me or someone I know catching COVID decreases substantially. By 1/3 or more, in fact, according to the Institute for Health Metrics and Evaluation. Knowing that we're taking all the necessary precautions, I don't have to worry. I get to learn. I look around this room and I see a space filled with people. People who have others, family, friends, classmates, and coworkers that they care about. I know that if I catch COVID, I probably won't die. But I know other high-risk individuals who I could give it to. I do not want to gamble with the lives of people I care about. The slight inconvenience of wearing a mask is totally worth protecting not only my education, but the very lives of those around me. Thank you.
Thank you. Alexis Spielman, and on deck is Cynthia Compton.
Hello, good evening. Thank you for listening to all of us tonight. My name is Alexis Spiegelman. I'm here because...
Where's your mask? Do you have a mask?
I do not wear a mask for health reasons.
Do you have a note from the doctor?
I do.
Did you show it to the
Nobody
guard
has asked
outside?
me. Would you like to see it?
Yes.
Okay.
Show it to the SRO, please.
My pleasure.
Yes, ma'am, she does. Would you like me to bring it to you?
No. Thank you.
Okay. As I was saying, does my time start now?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, as I was saying, my name's Alexis Spiegelman. I'm here because I love my community. I love Sarasota, and we love Sarasota County School District. We bought the house that we did because of it. We went through every school in Manatee and Sarasota County that was on the list, and this is why we came here, is because of the school district, like so many Americans. And we want to make sure that we preserve the amazing school environment that we have. So one of the issues that we've all been discussing tonight is the mask issue. And so a question I have is, why are we discussing a binary option for masks when we could come up with a better solution that is more of a win for everyone? Like, for example, allowing people to exercise their individual freedom of thought and to use a mask if they'd like to, and a mask that was designed to filter an airborne virus. That seems like a logical solution, and one that I would even be willing as a taxpayer to subsidize, because I want people to feel safe. The fact that I can't wear a mask doesn't mean that I don't want other people to, if they'd like to feel safe and if it helps them. So I don't know why we haven't looked at more solutions that bring us together as a community instead of divide us. If we look across our country, we are so polarized. Look at the enthusiasm we have. We had parents raise $11,000 in like a week. What if we were able to use that in inspiration for our kids? You know, I mean, how about those parents coming to after school and helping disadvantaged children with their schoolwork? That is one of the best ways to help an underperforming child. So the other thing I wanted to mention is that the science is not settled here. You know, just as much as you have a right to believe your own thoughts and analyze data, so does the opposite side. But I'd like for those of you who are just definitely going to want a mask to consider, everyone else. You're asking us, oh, don't you care about your community members if you're not wearing a mask? Well, vice versa. So how about you that are adamant about wearing a mask and you feel protected? You have that right. So what if you were us on the unmasked side and you were told you are prohibited? It's not right. We are not a democracy. We are a democratic republic, and individual rights are important. Another thing I wanted to touch on really quickly with my last 15 seconds is that BLM is a Marxist organization. No child has ever succeeded by telling them that they're a victim. The best way to encourage a child is to inspire them, motivate them, and raise the bar. That, in my experience, has always been the way to help someone out of a lower position.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cynthia Compton, do you have a mask, Cynthia? Do you have a doctor's note?
I don't have it with me. I left my wallet in the car.
I'm not allowed in the chambers.
I'm not allowed in the chambers. They let me in the chambers.
You're not allowed in here without a mask.
They let me in here without a mask, and I cannot wear one. And by HIPAA laws, I have told you that I cannot wear one. I cannot breathe with one. I tried in Lee County last week, and I could not breathe. I don't need a doctor to tell me that. And I find it very ironic that you are having mask mandating and BLM. There's people in here. There's people in here that don't need me to tell them that their life matters. Their life matters.
Outside.
And by you telling me I have to wear a mask in the same thing, in the same context.
Thank you. Thank you. Cynthia Compton? No, I'm sorry, that's you. Michael Zarzano? Michael Zarzano? John? Oh, yeah, what?
You have no right to order me to wear a medical device. You are not medically inclined to do so.
Do you have a doctor's note?
I have a doctor's order that I am to breathe oxygen.
I need a doctor's note.
You cannot
Otherwise, you will
force
be
me
removed
to
from the
breathe
chamber.
carbon dioxide, lady. I am to breathe oxygen.
SRO, remove him from the chambers.
I want to breathe oxygen. I can't cover my mouth and my nose.
Remove him from the chambers.
You're gonna hear what I have to say.
No. We're on recess for 5 minutes.
You have no authority to order me to wear a medical device.
Get up.
According to the Constitution of the United States, you are out of order. I object. Lawfully object.
Sure you want the show?
I remember you. I remember you. I remember you. I remember you. But please behave. Please behave, or I will warn you and you will be escorted out. So please, just be quiet.
Let's go. Let's start with that.
Wait till Dr. Ashburn comes back. John Cetera. Jenna Holmes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jenna Holmes. This is my 6-month-old son, Harden. I was here just about 2 weeks ago speaking on BLM, but today I'm here representing my organization, Minnesota Mamas for Change. I'm a co-founder along with Tiffany Pepson, and I speak for over 300 mothers in the Sarasota and Bradenton area. So I'm just gonna jump right in. I'm a product of the Sarasota County school system. My mother, Mary Holmes, works as a special education teacher at Oak Park School. In 2018, the Parkland shooting changed the entire nation. The number of active shooter drills went up, as well as the number of school shootings. When America faces a threat, what is a normal response? I'd assume implementing appropriate protocols to deal with the situation. Let's say you're at home and you have to deal with a threat to your well-being or security. You might want to go out, buy some security cameras, maybe a tall fence, maybe even a guard dog. But that's your prerogative at your house. When our schools are faced with a threat, parents expect you. We rely on you to do everything you can to keep our children safe, especially when nobody can control the circumstances. Having a lack of control is something which all normal human beings fear. That's why you see so many concerned parents here today. We all want the same thing, for things to go back to normal, but I'm saying at what cost? I am pro-mask, pro-BLM. So, implementing metal detectors is something we use to defend our schools from shooters, and implementing masks is something we use to defend our bodies from a deadly virus. Both deadly, both defenses are absolutely necessary because it's literally the least that we can do. Wearing a mask is not that big of a deal, but apparently it is. My mother is a remote learning teacher, but she still has to physically go to school, and I have a 6-month-old who she comes home to. There are COVID cases at her school, and she comes home to us every day. Do you see my point? If you feel that wearing a mask attacks your rights, which it doesn't, plus why wouldn't you want to wear a mask? Why risk yourself and your family? Just stay home. You can do online learning. You can stay home if your kids are so miserable wearing masks. But it's not fair to ask for everybody to stop wearing a mask just for your own comfort. There are other children coming to school with elderly grandparents and parents that have immunocompromises. Like, you can't just take away the one possible barrier to keeping all of our kids safe. Teachers, staff, it's not just about the kids. And people will argue that it's affecting our emotional health. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Things we
Is this LRS Snoke? S-N-O-K-E? Vernell Coleman. And next up is Kimberly Thornton. You're Kimberly? Okay. And after Kimberly is Megan McCall.
Hello. On the subject of BLM, I would like to say if there is a concern about our whitewash history, let the scholars and historians rewrite the curriculum as they have always done. I was highly disappointed in the Brain Pop article. It was written in a persuasive manner meant to coerce the reader into being sympathetic to the cause. It left out the facts about mass destruction and violence that the Marxist terrorist organization has caused across America. Rest assured, I have filled my child in. On that topic, I will leave you with this. I look to teachers to teach my child how to think, not what to think. On the topic of masks being extended till the end of the year, first, I would like to point out how disappointed I was in the feedback from my child about wearing a mask at school. I was under the impression that students would be able to remove masks when they are socially distanced. They would have breaks during the day. Not only is this not happening, children are actually being disciplined for trying to breathe fresh air. My daughter is wearing her mask from the moment she gets on the bus in the morning until she steps off the bus in the afternoon with only a short break for lunch. The teachers themselves aren't following the guidelines, but they're expecting the kids to. We are always being told to listen to the science. The OAN network recently featured a panel of Americans' frontline doctors, 18 well-respected and heavily credentialed physicians. I'm going to quote one of these doctors now. A simple internet search reveals that no scientist ever believed a mask, let alone a bandana, was relevant against a virus right up until COVID-19. There is no evidence to support the fact that children pass the virus to adults, as shown by a study done by Yale University across 50 states and 50,000 kids. A German study had the same result, 200,000 kids across 13 schools and no evidence of spread to adults. Face masks, even surgical face masks, do nothing to stop viral transmission. In Kansas, the 90 counties without mask mandates had lower infection rates than the 15 counties with a mandate. There is also ample evidence that long-term mask usage has harmful effects like developing asthma, industrial bronchitis, mask mouth cavities, strep throat, acne, staph infection, and many others. We must unmask our children immediately. It is our duty to protect those who we are responsible for. Thank you.
Thank you. Megan McCall, and then Byron McManus or Manper.
Hello. What do we know about BLM? We know they're present in every city where rioting and destruction has occurred this year. BLM has been chanted as people were pulled from their cars and beaten to within inches of their lives. What have they done for the community other than cause division and destruction? Have they built a single home, paid a single mortgage? Have they organized a single school scholarship? Have they built a single community center? No. They have raised hundreds of millions of dollars for one purpose: to organize lobbyists to push their hateful agenda on our communities and schools. They lobby teachers' unions like the FEA on down to the SCTA to pressure liberal school boards to indoctrinate our kids. What can BLM possibly teach our kids? We've already seen them on their bullhorns outside, flanked by the Party for Socialism and Liberation of Florida. We know they'll scream at a student supporting his president at school. Why would our kids ever want to make friends with anyone who doesn't look like them in Sarasota schools? They'll always run the risk of saying the wrong thing and being whisked away to racism training by the new equity czar. If you think I carried babies inside of my body for 3 years only to hand them over to this school district that's going to allow a radical mob of BLM supporters raised on Snapchat and TikTok, you're sorely mistaken. I will use the Hope Scholarship and teach any parent that wants to access it how to apply as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Byron McManus, Amanda. Anastasia Carreras. Is there an Anastasia here? Jesse Bennett. Jesse Bennett. Mary Holmes.
Good evening. My name is Mary Holmes, and I'm a 30-year veteran teacher of ESC. For the past 25 years, I've worked at Oak Park School. We serve the kids in this district with the most severe degree of all special needs categories: intense behavioral and mental health issues, the profoundly autistic children, kids born with Down syndrome, or perhaps such severe cerebral palsy that he or she is nonverbal, in a wheelchair, unable to use any type of communication device, and who requires constant lifting, diapering, menstrual care, tube feeding. These medically fragile kids are a vital part of our Oak Park family. And we have our transition students, sort of a hybrid of intellectually disabled and physically challenged adolescents and young adults. In our postgrad program, we work on instilling maximum independence with a focus on functional and employability skills. These students are all Oak Park strong. Last August, all Sarasota families were provided with a choice of how to have their children taught during the unprecedented circumstances of the pandemic. They could choose the traditional brick and mortar style or to receive instruction virtually. The parents who chose the virtual option have some of the hardest working teachers doing their best to deliver instruction in a creative and challenging manner. I know, I'm one of those teachers. At Oak Park, the kids whose parents chose for them to attend class in person are successfully wearing face masks. They do so with a lot of support and compassion from their teachers and high expectations and frequent praise from our principal, Jamie Lowitz. Perhaps most importantly, our kids know that we have the complete support of their parents. We have a few kids with legitimate medical excuses, and this poses no problem because each child's specific needs are addressed and respected at Oak Park. If our most profoundly challenged students can wear masks and get through the day, then anyone can do it. The importance of the attitude and expectations of the parents cannot be overstated. The fanatical group outside screaming about their kids' rights demonstrate a selfish, dismissive attitude of entitlement, which they convey to their own kids. If parents are truly concerned about their kids being victimized, the solution is simple: instruct them at home. This is our first global pandemic. This was not covered in grad school. We're doing the best we can. If, however, those parents insist on sending their kids to a brick and mortar setting, the choice is equally obvious. They need to suck it up, put on their big girl panties, and demonstrate empathy and concern for the health of others, and give thanks for their own healthy bodies and minds. Thank you.
Victor Boren.
Good evening. My name is Victor Dobrin, and I am a citizen living in Sarasota County, a citizen of the United States. And I want to bring to your attention again the swap of the land in West Villages. It's with big concern I witnessed that the same deal, which has major flaws, is being brought for approval. And I want to commend Commissioner Robinson, Commissioner Ziegler for standing up and requesting a more thorough investigation of the deal. As an engineer, when I learned my arithmetic was 1 + 1 = 2. Then when I learned about computers, I learned that 1 + 1 in a different basis equals 1, 0. And that's what computers know. So if we don't have the right assumption and the right comparison, we'll have flawed understanding. How can you avoid that? By looking into the deal itself. Compare apples to apples. Therefore, if a land is valued based on the constraints, the same valuation has to apply for both sides of the deal. If you do a transition or transfer where you compare two parcels instead of one, which the market will value rightfully so, you get a different answer. So check your system in which you check the thoroughness of this deal. I commend you for serving the public, but one of the most important things you will be remembered for is how thorough, how fair, and what was your fiduciary duty. So thank you for listening. Look in the basis which makes sense, and as someone spoke tonight, if you compare what deals were done recently, you'll find out how different they are. So you can do more for the kids of this school district you can see that the people of West Villages were burdened one time and they should not be burdened again for a flawed deal. So please postpone the approval of this deal till you check your system of evaluation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Coley, Broccoli, Canes.
Excuse me, John Wilson was skipped, so can we go back to him?
Sure.
Thank you.
Good evening, Board.
What is your name, please?
John Wilson. My name is John Wilson.
Okay.
First off, I'd like to thank the food and nutrition here in Sarasota County, because every day my daughter sits behind her shield without her mask eating lunch and hasn't contracted COVID yet. So, big shout out to them. We have produced some viable options to you guys that is falling on deaf ears. Everything, as far as, I'm not looking for my kids to be unmasked the whole time during school. They can sit behind their desk shields, no mask on. In travel, no mask on. As far as high school, between middle school and high school, I think that needs to be addressed differently. Those things could be addressed differently as far as like unmasking the kids or easing the restrictions. Today, I know that you guys had a workshop today. And it's very disappointing to me that you have a workshop today, but we don't have a workshop to ease our children's tensions, their fears, their anxieties. I'm very upset about it. It is. It's misplaced. It's a very misplaced workshop today. And, I'm listening here at everybody having their input. The doctors, the parents, everybody else having their input. These things are handpicked. Listen, a lot of these little groups and speakers, handpicked. The doctor, did anybody ask the doctor, hey, what's your input about the kids not wearing a mask behind their shields? Not one. I haven't heard one of you ask them. But they're glad to go ahead and put in their input on this. As far as like the teachers union, you're not representing the teachers. The teachers are not getting represented here at all. You ask your 50 people, hey, this is what it is. I will say that I have a copy of email from Pat Gardner asking that you guys asked for emails to be backed up, to back up your mask vote. I don't know what's going on with that. I'm inclined to believe that, okay, now they dropped the lawsuit, and you want emails, and then over here for 2 months is collective bargaining. How's that look to me? I'll tell you how it looks. That you're getting all the emails you need while all the other teachers in the county aren't heard because they're afraid for their jobs. That's terrible, terrible. And you know what? You guys, the fearful teachers, don't want to put in anything because they get nasty replies back. And the added pressure that they have to go through doing remote and brick and mortar, you're creating your own problem here. You let the kids come back to school. Let them do some, let them do something different.
Thank you very much. Coley, Brooks, Cairns, C-A-I-R-N-S. Come to the mic and tell me.
Karen's with an R.
Okay, yeah. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Chloe Brooks Cairns. I'm an honor student at Sarasota Suncoast Academy Middle. I'm here today to revisit some key points on mask and the BLM critical race theory from a student's point of view rather than a parent's. So let's start off with the mask situation in general. We are in phase 3. Come on, I really don't see why we have to wear this face underwear to school. It's not just affecting me, but my peers as well. I can no longer see their faces nor their smiles, and it just breaks my heart. We aren't able to socialize correctly, which is causing a lot of students to experience depression. Even myself, my guidance counselor / advice principal pulled me from the halls into his office because he had noticed a change in me. It's not just affecting students mentally socially but academically. And this whole situation is not right. Suicide rate is at an all-time high because of coronavirus and the masks. You guys have said before that you will be implementing quote-unquote mask breaks, but my classmates and I can't even pull our masks down before they tell us to go to class. We need those breaks throughout the day. Now, in contrast to the mask situation, shields. What's the point in using them when me and my friends are taller than them when sitting down? They aren't protecting anything when our heads are above the shields. Why would you spend $700,000 on pointless pieces of plastic when you could have spent that money on N95 masks for the entire staff? Then students could have masks be optional, since masks quote-unquote work. You will be fine wearing yours while I choose not to wear mine. And not to mention, shields have the most bacteria on them because we carry them around 5 days a week without being required to sanitize them. So far this year, and I don't know if it's a new thing they're doing, but I've sanitized my shields once this year. Funny how that works. Now that all of that has been said, what about the BLM critical theory training that our tax dollars will pay for our teachers to endure in order to indoctrinate us students? Coming from a student that has 5+ more years of school to complete, I do not support nor feel is right to include BLM critical race theory in our curriculum. It's very inappropriate to be filling students' heads with lies, such as that we are racist, ignorant, and prejudiced, stated in item number 13, September 9th, 2020 agenda, as well as item 28, October 20, 2020 agenda, which is today. Just because we don't support putting BLM in the curriculum doesn't mean we are racist, which everyone is blind to this situation. We say all lives matter because that is a fact. We aren't saying that your life doesn't matter. We are saying that your life matters just as much as everyone else's. So I'm calling all concerned students of Sarasota County to join me and fight for what is right. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Kristen Brooks and Martin Black.
I'll never wear a mask to address this board, so don't have a cop pull me out. I've already brought my thing. Thank you. Hello again. Gosh, it's great to see you guys up there. You're only here for a little more time, so I want to get this time in with you. Again, today I'm here to talk to the parents with my non-mask and touching the mic. I want to shed light on the abuse of power that has been going on, and these three women have been on since they've been on the board. Shirley Brown allegedly sold our kids' information for $3.5 million. That is something parents need to look into. It's not my job to look into it for you. They were complicit in the principal, Dr. Kinney of Northport, hypnotizing an entire body of students, and years later, after a few reprimands, he was able to retire with a pension with settlements of $20K given to affected families, but my friend's going to touch on that later. That was you, Shirley Brown. You were here then. You've been here a long time. Dr. Kinney, it's already there. Don't worry. Shirley Brown, that one. Well, Jane, you were on there too. Jane, Zucker, you guys have all been here since like 99.
Can you stick to the topic,
Yes,
please?
it's perfect. Hypnotized an entire student body and got his pension. My child's been riding a bus with no air conditioning and told she isn't able to put down her window. That is now being investigated, and I will not let it go. And when I find out that that bus driver didn't let my kid put her window down, I'm going to file a suit. Why? Because that's child abuse. Spending $700,000 on shields that kids never sanitize, like when we're trying to save the turtles, ladies and gentlemen, like we're complaining that we don't have enough money in this county. That's crazy. You're about to spend how much on critical race theory? Continuing the mask only furthered the child abuse, as children are being mentally affected with kids that were never depressed before, and it's not right at this age to feel this pressure. Now let's talk about this new position you snuck in. The fact that you feel teachers need to be trained in Marxism when years ago religion was taken out of public schools. It reminds me of our last meeting when you snuck in the LGBTQAI that Caroline Zucker couldn't even say. I hope you learned that this week. And she couldn't even remember the letters. The agenda by this board, namely the three of you, is repulsive. You have been here indoctrinating long enough. We won't stop digging. We won't stop bringing it to light. We'll look at your Facebook. You need to delete it all. We've got screenshots. We don't care anymore because we want what's right for our kids. You guys are not doing what's right for our kids, and there are people on this board that do not agree with you. Just in case you were wondering, we're Concerned Parents of Sarasota. We were formed to inform other parents of the atrocities being committed within Sarasota County schools and to give other concerned parents a voice and advocate against the tyrannical Sarasota County School Board. Concerned Parents of Sarasota will no longer tolerate the school board members defacing and disrespecting parents on social media platforms like Facebook or allowing school board members to indoctrinate our children with social platforms such as Black Lives Matter, Marxist ideology, or LGBTQ AI pride. We are standing up for our children, and you should too. Please join us in seeing our website, parentsfedup.com, and please tune in on November 1st as we will be doing a parent press conference that you will not want to miss.
Martin Black, and next comes Amy Cook.
Good evening. As Eric laughed, call me Martin. That's the formal name. Everybody knows me as Marty.
Sorry, Marty.
No, that's okay. I think I wrote Martin, so I'm used to the formal stuff. First, I want to welcome the new superintendent to the community. Thank the chairman and members of the board who've served in this community. I've sat here for a number of hours, and as you know, as a former city manager, I sat through lots of similar meetings about different types of issues. I'm a nationally certified planner, a credentialed city manager. I've lived in this community and the surrounding area since 1997. I have 2 sons that are proud graduates of Southside and also of Pineview. But I'm not here to talk about masks or Black Lives Matter. I'm here to offer a few comments about the proposed property transfer between Welland Park / the former West Villages and the school board. Back in 2014, I was invited back to manage the property, and we relaunched the former Taylor Ranch. At that point, no one dreamed, in working with the school board staff to acquire the property at West Villages Parkway and Playmore, that we would ultimately be successful in securing the Atlanta Braves spring training facility. It was just a dream. In fact, people challenged me on it. There's no way you're going to get that. No way it's going to happen. Well, it did. And I think it changed that intersection permanently. I don't believe it's an appropriate location for an elementary school at this point. So you have before you today an opportunity to swap that property at roughly twice what you paid for it. Now, if you'd give me a real estate deal where I can double my money in less than 5 years, most people would take it. Now, I would say you've gone through the process with your staff, and hopefully you'll hear from them later in the agenda, to evaluate a proposed acquisition of additional acreage for elementary, middle, and high school campuses that will meet long-term needs for the school board. I would encourage you to hear from the staff. Again, you have the opportunity to capture that value at the stadium and move forward with a more appropriate location for future schools and students. Thank you.
Thank you. Amy Cook. And after that is Kate Smith. Megan McCall. Elena Martinez. Elena Martinez.
She's outside.
Which one?
Ma'am, what's your name?
I think anybody speaking should.
Vernell Coleman.
McCall.
Good evening. Hello, everyone.
Hi. What is your name, please?
Vernell Coleman. Thank you for your time. I'm going to say that I'm a bus driver. I've been in the system for 40 years now. And it's just, thank you. It's appalling to me that some of the things that has transpired in my life since I've been here. One thing that I'm here tonight for is I'm for the mask. No matter what people say, I'm for the mask because children's safety is our problem and everybody else's problem, and that's for them to be safe. I'm for masks. But I'm here because I was brought up for discipline for someone saying that I was harassing them, one of the white drivers, one of my co-workers. I've been here 40 years. I've never, ever been through anything like this. And now you're supposed to be voting on something to take away food from me and my children, suspend me for 1 day without pay. It was going to be a termination, but the union fought for me, and they got my job. And I sent each and every one of you a letter, and I don't think I got one response. Superintendent, you was just getting here, and I sent each and every one of you an email about my situation. This is what I said. Please see the enclosed letters written to the school board and SCTA union. I ask you, please read them to be oriented to the situation I have faced. While at work, a bus driver for Sarasota County Schools, the working environment I have faced in the last 2 years borders on racism, people being biased towards me, school administrators forced into reprimands and upholding my busing protocol while children are unruly and disrespectful. Never in my 30 years have I been so humiliated, disrespected, or troubled at behaviors towards me. I feel as though my hands are tied and I have been without a stance in my own defense. Even with my union, such a disappointment not to be fairly represented in front of my employer. I don't know what else to do. And I thank you for hearing me, because I've never been. I don't be rude to anyone. On my culture, I'm a Black woman. I have a very loud voice, and I'm not to say that I'm always loud. It's just that when I get upset, I tend to speak loudly. And I must say that I thank Jody for listening to me. I've met with Jody, and I think that on the grounds that I'm a Black woman, and it's all men that are investigating me. And I feel that that is very biased, because they don't understand women. They don't understand the way that we feel, and I thank you.
Thank you very much. Michelle Silver.
Excuse me, Chair. Kat Smith was, I believe she was skipped.
I didn't get her name.
Kat Smith.
Kat Smith. You go after her.
Good evening, Sarasota County School Board. I'm here to discuss the upcoming vote on the mask mandate policy. I'm coming to you as the daughter of a local educator and a Pineview alumni. I am deeply concerned that our community, with over 9,000 coronavirus cases, might allow for the deregulation of masks in a large public space. It has recently come to my attention that there's a group of parents pushing back on this mandate. My question is why? The mask policy in our schools is really not a punishment. It's a safety protocol meant to protect educators, administrators, classroom aides, volunteer parents, school nurses, cafeteria workers, campus police, bus drivers, students and their families, and indirectly, the entire Sarasota community. While I can empathize with the perspective that each family has the right and freedom to make medical decisions independently, this is really not a question of personal freedoms. This is not political. This is a public health issue. The decision does not only affect one child, but every person that that child comes in contact with, and so forth. This decision is the community-wide spread of this virus will be inevitable should students be allowed to attend schools unprotected. Our grocery stores will feel this impact. Workers will fall ill and be forced to take unpaid leaves. Our local businesses will feel this impact as store owners can't make rent and are forced to go bankrupt. Schools historically have put measures in place to protect those on campus, such as restricting guns, weapons, drugs, alcohol, and violence. Similarly, this mask mandate is a simple and honestly temporary solution to the global crisis at hand right now. Over the last 6 months, my mom and I, a veteran of Sarasota County Schools, we have watched many of these school boards meetings on the news. I have continuously felt a bitter frustration with the county's pandemic response. In my eyes, the only safe option was remote learning. If masks don't work for you, that is still an option. I was saddened to watch the district waste their time arguing this matter rather than training teachers in a digital platform from the get-go. Now, the teachers are drowning in concurrent classrooms and personal health crises, all without the support of administration. While in the past can't be changed, the future is still in our hands. By simply wearing a mask, we can better protect those around us. Today, I implore you to vote to maintain the mask mandate.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kat Smith.
Hello, everybody. My name is Caitlin Smith, known as Kat. I graduated Northport High School in 2009, and I'm here to explain why we should not give the decisions that we make for our children to these board members specifically. These are the same board members that were board members when I was a student, and we have tons of negligence here. One story, I'll just get into one situation here, and I'm sure we'll meet again. So I have a March 2011, a 16-year-old Northport High School football star, Marcus Freeman, died in a car accident. Why? Because he was hypnotized the day before. 1 month later, April 2011, 16-year-old Northport High School student, great guitar player, Wesley McKinley, committed suicide, hanged himself in a tree. Why? Because he was hypnotized. 1 month later after that, May 2011, 17-year-old Northport High School student, gifted math student, Brittany Palumbo, hung herself in her bedroom closet. Why are we bringing this up, right? 3 suicides in 3 months. The only thing that is the same in all of these stories is that Northport High School principal, my principal, Dr. Kenny, initially lied and eventually admitted he hypnotized students while in school, including these 3 that committed suicide. The parents of these poor children filed wrongful death lawsuits. These 3 ladies in front of us, all these 3 right here, Zucker, Shirley Brown, and Jane Goodwin, they hired a witness person to come in and fight this, to fight these students' families that just lost their student, okay? So they did. They paid money to do this. This principal, who has hands in 3 suicides, he got his pension, he got to just leave and go to a different state, and just everything's fine. His life is completely fine, and here we are now. So now we wonder why Tom Edwards is going to be in here, picked by whoever, and now we have, it's Northport. Why is he in Northport? Probably because he's going to lie and do all the things that you guys want him to do, that you've been doing for 15, 20 years. I am a survivor of Sarasota County School Board. I am one of the people that you guys have corrupted. I am the one that's still fighting now as a parent to try to figure out what is even right, because my entire life I've been trusting people like you 3, Shirley Brown, Zucker, and Goodwin, to sit there and be the board, to support us, to help us. We don't know that hypnotism is as child abuse when you're a child. How do you know that? You don't know that as a child, but you guys did know that. You guys did know that that was a problem, and you did nothing. The only thing that you did do was you supported the guy that did that to those children, and that is disgusting. That's rude. It's so much more than that. And there's so many other students that just get thrown under the rug because, whatever, and we have problems still from this day because of that. You guys let that happen. That's what you guys did.
Thank you. Jimmy DePriest. And on deck is Ruth Beltran.
At the last meeting, I tried to deconstruct the necessity of teaching Black Lives Matter and keeping diversity training in schools from a broad perspective. And while I still maintain that actions to stop education and educational tools and programs that aim to help alleviate the harms of racial bias in schools are inherently fascist in nature, I would like now to take a more direct angle. If a parent feels uncomfortable or threatened by the history and reality of the Black Lives Matter movement being taught to their children, there is something deeply wrong with them. What's wrong with them is that they are unashamed of their own racist biases and discriminatory behaviors and want their children to uncritically adopt their hateful and oppressive perspective of society. Yes, if you are against Black people asking to not be murdered by police officers just for existing, you're a racist. At the last meeting, the parents and Parents Fed Up showed us firsthand why it is actually most crucial that their own children be exposed to the realities and history of systemic racism that their peers of color are subjected to. And they've proven that more by showing up here with literal Nazis in the Proud Boys movement. Yes, Nazi terrorist. By shouting vile and racist hate speech at people of color who showed up to respectfully have their voices heard, these parents not only show that they lack total empathy and understanding for how their own racist actions harm others, but also that they are void of any nuanced perceptions or sensitivities to the identities of racialized people. Their goal is to foster the same ignorance and oblivious attitude regarding race within their children with no concern for the violence this perpetuates against their own community members. We live in an incredibly diverse world that is made richer, stronger, and more vibrant by the multitude of cultures and ethnicities which inhabit it. If these parents want their children to engage with society and be a part of a public school system, they cannot choose to cultivate ignorance and racial bias and insensitivity in their children at the expense of the psychological health and well-being of students of color. Children of parents who are against something as simple as Black Lives Matter, LGBTQIA history, and diversity training being implemented in schools are the children who are going to be most likely to discriminate against and bully their marginalized peers, and need to be taught to change and they need to be taught to critically reflect upon and change the racist behavior they are learning from their parents the most.
Thank you very much. Ruth Beltran. And on deck is Brian Ellis.
Hello, my name is Ruth Beltran. I am here because I heard during the last meeting and other meetings, many parents come here and talk to you about BLM. And what I noticed is that they are all repeating the same line from Fox News and that they actually have no knowledge about BLM. So I have been a community organizer for over 12 years, way before BLM existed, but at that time we organized the Movement for Black Lives, which is for the liberation of Black lives who are oppressed here in the United States. So I just want to encourage each of you to go to the BLM website, to also go to the website for Movement for Black Lives, or M4BL, so that you can learn a little bit more about BLM, because the information that you are receiving from these parents is no information at all. It's really just what they are hearing from the TV. So I want to just show to you some of the things that BLM stands for. And this is all in the Movement for Black Lives organization that I just mentioned. The policies are, or the platform for the Movement for Black Lives is to end the war on Black communities, to end the war on Black youth, to end the war on Black women, to end the war on Black trans, queer, gender non-conforming people. There is also a policy to invest and divest the resources. There is also another policy that's calling for reparations for the damage that has been done to the Black community due to colonialism and slavery, and also through food and housing redlining, mass incarceration, and surveillance. There is also another policy for economic justice. There is also a policy for community control, political power, and to be honest, they even dare to call for an increase on the minimum wage and a living wage for all frontline and essential workers. Things like paid leave for all workers without exception, food assistance for all student debt to be canceled, etc. My point to this is that you do need to do your own research as a board and learn more about the Black Lives Matter movement. It is a movement that calls for a stop on the oppression that oppresses Black, Indigenous, and people of color here in the United States, and it's historic. And we cannot expect our children not to learn from that. So these are the things that we can learn today. Whenever we have a mass shooting, which we have had many in the last 10 years, and we realize that it has been done by a white male, usually, who has been influenced by white supremacist groups such as the Proud Boys, who were just outside of our doors, proudly wearing their t-shirts, and they're actually a terrorist group. And we can tell our children that that was a lone wolf who happened to have mental health issues, or we can tell our children the reality, that that person, that white man or women, or young boy usually, has been influenced by white supremacy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We can take the same step and stand here where we can be honest and have truthful conversations with our students.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for your time.
Brian Ellis. And on deck is Sarah Parker.
Hi there. I was asked to read the petition to Sarasota County School District leadership that was created by Minnesota Anti-Racism Coalition. That's going to be coming out pretty soon. I'm Brian. I went to Sarasota Schools, born and raised here. I went to Bay Haven and McIntosh and Riverview. Dear Superintendent, Asplin, and school board members, school systems around the nation are seeing the need for a greater understanding of and deliberate action to address the sources of racism and racial inequities within their schools. They are making bold institutional commitments to an in-depth review of their policies and procedures and investing in anti-racism education for students, teachers, administrators, and staff for the long run. In Sarasota, recurring tensions around race and persistent racial inequality indicate that the district needs to join these school systems around the nation. School systems that tackle these issues will be the educational leaders of the future. The same educational systems that have created the school to prison pipeline for students of color are graduating white students with little or no understanding of the source of our country's racial divide, the history of the oppression of people of color, or the nature of systemic racism and white power. This academic deficiency of white students in understanding the history and manifestations of racism has had a profound impact on how our nation functions. It has led to violence against people of color and amplified division and intolerance in our nation. As other school systems organize to make anti-racist education a core competency of their systems, Sarasota County School District must begin the transformation necessary to sustain their A+ rating as a leading school district. School leaders know there's opportunity for improvement in racial equity in order to eliminate persistent racial gaps in performance and educational outcomes, racial disparities in discipline, and racialized opportunity gaps in the district. To that extent, and based on best practices being shared by leading systems about the methods for transforming a school, we petition the school board to do the following. 1, establish a racial equity and inclusion committee. 2, invest in anti-racism and implicit bias training. 3, recruit and retain Black, Indigenous, and people of color educators, administrators, and staff. 4, invest in the development of student support networks. 5, institute a culturally responsive and anti-racist curriculum. And 6, ensure equitable access to educational opportunities and honors programs. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sarah Parker? Sarah Parker not here? Okay, thank you. That is the end. That is the end of our hearing of citizens. Dr. Asplin, are there any corrections or additions to the agenda, please?
Yes, ma'am. The following changes were made to the agenda after its publication. Item number 9, an addendum was added to the instructional classified personnel report. Item number 11 has been moved to new business. Now is item number 26, and that's the approval of exchange agreement for future school sites in Willen Park. Item 13 has been moved to a future agenda item while the contract is being finalized, and that is the one that speaks to the approval of the contract between J.D. Palatine LLC and the School Board of Sarasota County. Item number 26 has been moved to new business, and now is item number 27, approval of superintendent's financial statements for the months ending July 31st and August 31st, 2020. And item number 27 has been moved to new business. Now is item number 33. It is the approval of School Board Policy 3.24, face masks. New added to new business is item number 31 and 32. This is for a grant related to the CARES Act, the approval of the Rising Kindergarten Grant to the Florida Department of Education Office of Early Learning, and for the purchasing side of the grant, which is the approval to increase the purchasing limit for the anticipated purchase of materials and/or services that are exempt from the bidding process.
May I please have a motion that the board approve the amended consent agenda?
Move the consent agenda as amended.
Second. Any discussion? No discussion. No discussion, so please vote. And the motion is 5-0. Can't see that last one, Jamal. No items proven. Okay, may I have a motion on item 26, please?
I move for approval of the exchange agreement for future school sites in Welland Park as presented.
Second.
Any discussion? Mrs. Brown?
Well, I would like to hear the answers to what the earlier speakers had about the additional information that you were going to be getting. I mean, were those appraisals done, and how did they come in?
Jamal?
I think you said Eric's right. You said Eric's right? Is that what you said?
Oh, that sounds better. Can you hear me now? Okay, well, thank you very much. It's been a few months since this item's been in front of you. And last time, as the item was in front of you, there were some questions, and again tonight, same type of questions regarding land valuation. Really, in my mind, that's kind of what it all falls in context of. And what we said to the board at that particular time is that we would go back and we'd take a look at every appraisal that was done on these properties and make sure we understood exactly what was in the appraisals and we were comparing apples to apples. That's exactly what we had done. We explored a couple of different avenues to do that. One was look at an appraisal expert to take a look at all the appraisals we had in place. And let me remind you, typically when we bring a land purchase deal in front of you, we have on contract 2 appraisers that we've used throughout the course of, since I can remember. And we've in fact brought those appraisals to you on some other properties we purchased. In this particular purchase, we actually have 4 appraisals on the property to bring before you today. So we've got 4 independent appraisals that were done on this property. And as we looked at it, how do we approach this? How do we move forward with this agreement? It was decided that instead of spending another $20,000 for a 5th appraisal, was to really tear the appraisals apart with staff and go through and make sure we understood what was in every one of these appraisals. And so that's the direction we took. We looked at all the appraisals. We talked to the appraisers themselves, who are, again, independent appraisers. 3 of them we hired directly with the school district working for us. Mickey Ryan and her team went through every appraisal. They talked with the appraisers. They tried to understand exactly what were the comparison properties that were used in every appraisal. how did the appraiser come to determine the values of the properties and give us the report that we have in front of us? And to make sure that, again, we were comparing apples to apples with all of these, with all the sale of our KA property, our current KA property, and the purchase of a new KA property and a new high school site. At the end of that task, what we found was appraisers who approached the appraisal sometimes a little bit different, but in all cases used what we would consider kind of a standard appraisal practice. And so we felt very comfortable that the comparison properties made sense in the appraisals, and that the logic behind the appraisal made sense. As you look at the appraisals, again, if it's a valuation question in my mind, we have an appraisal that's out of whack, we would see that. But as you look at the appraisals, not only on our property, but on the properties we're purchasing, all the appraisals are within reason in terms of the valuation of the property. So we feel very comfortable that as a staff, the appraisals were 3 of them independent. We paid for them. Very close in appraisal process. The 4th appraisal, actually, the firm that we're buying the property from had the appraisal done. And again, it kind of falls within a range that makes some sense. At the end of the day, after much discussion about all the appraisals, because this is kind of outside our board policy because we typically end up with 2 appraisals, the decision was made the fairest thing to do is average the price, the purchase price on all of these properties with all of the appraisals that were done, thereby mitigating some of the inconsistencies that may be in some of the pricing. So again, that was our process moving forward from our last board meeting. We feel very comfortable that, 1, we had independent appraisals. The appraisals are close in price, and they make sense in terms of factors that went into the appraisals. So that was our process. That's how we got here today. At the end of the day, we are proposing that we purchase a high school site for an average price of $137,000 an acre for a total purchase price of $10.9 million. We are proposing that we purchase an additional K-8 site for an average price of $125,000 or thereabouts an acre for a total of $6.4 million. And we're proposing that we sell our current property for $7.1 million, approximately a valuation of $119,000 an acre. So again, independent appraisals. We've looked at every one of the appraisals, talked to the appraisers, and we felt comfortable that it was done in an up-and-up manner, looking at it objectively. So that's my summary of where we've been and how we got where we are today.
Mr. Ziegler?
I wanted to follow up, but I'll wait till Bridget talks.
Go ahead, follow up.
There was 3 other issues. One, they were saying that, oh, we got these appraisals at highest and best use, but we're using it for a school, and that would be less, and that we were looking at it as 2 tracks, whereas if you looked at it as 1 track, it would be a lower price. And then did I just hear you say that we are going to be buying it at $137,000 per acre and $125,000 per acre, but we're selling the one that we have at $119,000 per acre, which to me would be a more expensive spot because it's by the ballpark? Wouldn't that be more desirable?
That's what I'm telling you. That's the average of the appraisals for all 3 properties. That is what the averages come out to be. So again, I mean, I can't debate with you what the appraisers found, but that is the average price per acre that we are purchasing and selling for. Your question regarding originally, I'm sorry, what'd you say, Ms. Brown? The first question you had?
The highest and best use versus you're using it for a school.
Thank you. Yeah, so we did ask that question. So we had one appraiser that on our current property, there's a stipulation on our title that says it can only be a school site for, I believe it's 25 years. And when the appraisals were done on our site, one appraiser did not take a devaluation on the property according to that title commitment. The others did take a slight devaluation of our property because of that limitation on the property. Again, when we talked to the appraisers, what we found was every appraiser felt that they appraise according to what the title says currently. And so we felt comfortable that at the end of the day, the appraisers did the correct thing. The one appraisal that actually did not take that into consideration, we ended up with a better price on that appraisal, and we feel that kind of plays in our favor. The other appraisers we talked to felt that that was not the appropriate way to do that appraisal. So again, I think that plays in our favor. It's added into the average cost of the property.
Thank you.
Mr. Ziegler?
Thank you. Excuse me. So I'll tell you, from a process standpoint, I'm a little disappointed, and I think this puts us in a tough spot because overall, I think the logic of moving the site has been articulated a number of times. I think that there is value there of changing directions because of the circumstances after we purchase the property. I mean, there's a myriad of reasons that have been previously identified as to why planning was looking at a different parcel of land. So I want to make that very clear that that's not really even what I'm challenged with. Where I'm challenged is, I don't want to continually kick this down the delay it. And perhaps that's where I'm getting even more irritated, is that because there have been questions that have been asked, and we postponed it previously, and I know we were in the midst of right then dealing with all of the pandemic and shutdown, what have you. Then to go to another board meeting on July 14th, and I went back and watched the tape because there were still some outstanding questions, and at a $10 million, again, I even remember saying, I don't have an issue with the project, and I was not the only board member. There were, in fact, 3 board members at that time that had stated that they wanted more information, whether or not we were going to go down the path of getting an additional appraisal because there's a financial impact to that, or utilizing an appraisal expert to evaluate the contracts and then to bring that back to us. And so to date, from July 14th to today, there has been no update on that to us. I mean, there were 3 board members at that time that highlighted their concern. And so for me, that's where I'm disappointed. And I think it is really a disservice to the overall project, to all the stakeholders, because $10.2 million it's not chump change. Again, it's not the adjustment or change and pivot into where we're going from a new site, but concerns have been raised, and 3 board members gave direction to provide an update and bring us back. Never were we provided an update as far as, we're going to just do it internally. This would be the cost of an additional appraisal. I mean, I went back and watched the meeting, and some said they wanted an additional appraisal. Some said that they didn't, but they wanted to verify some of that information. And so Mr. Hardy and yourself at that time said, you know what, this is not my area of expertise, particularly on the appraisals, which I completely respect, because there is an art and there is different ways, no pun intended, there is an art to it, and that there are different calculations to do such. But in order for us to do proper due diligence, and when flags and questions were raised, I believe that there was a directional question. And so if going back to this, none of that information was provided, supplemental information where you could even highlight, or we workshop it, but that wasn't provided, and now it's being put in. I think that puts this in a tough spot. I don't want to keep kicking the can down the road, but in my opinion, I think the best way to have done is to provide that information that was requested by 3 board members, and then diminish whatever concerns may be there so that we can make an informed decision before this purchase. So, and I know I spoke with the superintendent because he wasn't on board at that time. I think that was actually the meeting we voted on him. And I understand there's a lot going on, but like I said, I think that it's a disservice to the overall purchasing process. And as a board, I mean, I think we all have a responsibility to make sure we have questions answered. I trust I do, this is not a question of trusting staff, because I know that was brought up before. I think there were specialty questions that were raised, and I don't believe any of that supplemental information has been provided yet. We're being asked to vote on this again. So I'm, as I said, I don't want to keep kicking it down the way, and I think that it was moved to new business because there doesn't seem to be a willingness at this point to postpone it, but I think in the best interest of the district and their fiduciary role and all of the work that not only that Mr. Hardy and your team has done, but also on the seller side, I just think that there's a absence of the information necessary to move forward.
Mrs. Goodwin.
Well, I have done some due diligence in the background, perhaps not formally, but I have talked to several people. I will say this to you, Jody, I do miss Kathy Eba. She's left a big hole in the planning world for us. I know that your staff does a great job. I'm not taking anything away from Mickey Ryan and others, but Kathy Eby left a big hole, and I always got the information at a timely basis of what we were doing and in a very professional manner. That being said, I've looked at this, and I tried to understand both sides of it, although we are not involved in the issues between Northport and West Villages / Welland Park. That's not our forte. Secondly, I'm not an appraiser. Third, I'm not a commercial realtor either. I always trust staff to tell me what is going on, and in this case, I'm continuing to trust you that this is what we need to do. So I'm ready to move on. I know that we have some conditions set in this agreement so that if something happened, correct?
That is correct.
Something happened that we chose to not move forward with it, we have that time frame of what, 6 months?
Yeah, I believe it's 180 days.
Yeah. So I'm ready to move forward with it, and I will be voting in approval.
Also, Jody, I'd like to ask you, what other information were we not provided? Because when I opened up and looked at it, it looks like we had all the information. The only thing you didn't send us were the appraisals, which we never get. So I don't understand. What was it that we supposedly asked you for that you didn't supply us?
Well, I apologize if I didn't provide the information I was supposed to. Certainly that was not the intention. I think what we took from the last board meeting was we wanted to look at the appraisals and make sure we felt everything was up and up, and we had a potential couple of different avenues to take to do that. When we started evaluating, getting another appraisal and have an expert look at this, the estimates were between 20 and 25,000. Because we had independent appraisals here that we've used in the past, we felt a different avenue was to look at them, call the appraisers, make sure we understood what was in here, and save that additional money to bring it back in front of you again. I certainly apologize if I misinterpreted that, but that's where we are today. At the end of the day, on the board item itself, we've provided you what we always provide you, which is the full contract. We never attach the appraisals to the purchase agreement in a board item. So that's what we provided today.
I don't have a problem with this. I feel as if you've done due diligence. We've sent you back enough. You've given us more information, and I don't have a problem supporting this. Mrs. Brown.
I have to echo a lot of what Ms. Ziegler said, is that, at the last meeting, we were supposed to get more information, and then it showed up on new business, not on new business, but on consent agenda. But I do believe we needed to talk about it again. And, some of that, I should have talked to you more last week to get some more information that I wanted. But I have some concerns that we didn't have more information, perhaps even talk to us one-on-one, but I know you've got your hands full. But I know why we're doing it, to save the monies by put the locations together. But we're still getting complaints from the community, like, why are we doing this? But I think it has to do with where we're putting the school or taking it away from more than what we're actually spending it on. And I've got to work with you and go along with staff and trust that you did your due diligence, because I do believe we're going to a better site. And even though I'm a little uncomfortable with this, I will support the staff. But in the future, when we ask for more information, I think you need to make sure you get that information to us before it gets put on a consent agenda.
I certainly will do that.
Well, maybe we need to know never mind, I won't be here, so Mrs. Goodwin.
Well, I'll just reiterate, the first location was great until it wasn't. And once the Braves came in, it was a horrible location.
Right.
I think that will be a great retail property or whatever. And then, of course, not only looking at just K-8, but looking at K-12, it's improbable. It's not going to work. So I think we're in a better position. I know that the issue with 2 sites versus 1 site in the 2 different parcels in the new property, and I've driven by it and looked at it and in the distance because it's 4 miles of a field. But I'm okay with it, and I wish that we didn't have this, and I wish there weren't disagreements. But as I say, I'm ready to move forward.
It's a great location and a K-12. I think it's great. And I was concerned about the Braves. When the Braves moved next to the other piece of property we had, I was concerned with parking and with overflow from the Braves coming onto the property where we had a school. That concerned me. So I was very glad that we moved it away. Mrs. Ziegler.
Thank you. So, and again, I want to reiterate, I'm not going to be supporting it because I don't feel as though we have the answers that we needed and when items were brought forward. It is not a question, actually, interestingly enough, on July 14th, there were comments made that there were some questions and it was, oh, I trust staff. And I recall like almost verbatim, whether it was Mr. Dumas or Art, I don't remember, or Mr. Hardy, excuse me, but saying it's not an issue of trusting staff. Like there was that very clearly stated, like I don't want it to be that you trust in me. It's more or less like we need to make sure we can verify some of these questions because I'm not a appraisal specialist. So again, this is not a aspect of whether or not I trust you. I think you do a great job. I think you work your tail off, and I know your team does. I just feel challenged because, again, if I can't certify some of the items that we had to outline, and even just quickly, then I don't know that I'm doing my fiduciary responsibility. I think it could easily have been supplied right here. I don't even know that we needed to workshop it, et cetera. No, we aren't normally supplied appraisals, but this was a unique circumstance. So to Minnesota Beach, it's not a reflection. Again, I think the project and the shift makes sense. I understand it, but I think from a transaction standpoint, when we're asked to approve things and questions have been raised, and I don't know that we have substantiated that, I have to frustrating. I don't want to vote no, but because I don't have the information, all that I need, I will not be supporting this.
Mr. Robinson?
Ms. Brown and Ms. Ziegler have a point about what was asked at that meeting, but I think at this point, because it's been discussed so many times, I think it's best at this point for the board at some future retreat, talk to the superintendent and staff about the level of expectation. But I know Braves have been mentioned a couple times, and given the interest of 8-11, the first game of the World Series starts, I'd like to call the question in the interest of time. Everybody's spoken, I think, twice on this issue. So in order to see the Braves-Dodgers game, can we call the question, Madam Chair?
Everybody in favor of calling the question, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed? So the question is called. So we will vote on the motion. That the school board approve the exchange agreement with Minnesota Beach Ranchlands LLP to exchange and purchase sites for future schools in Northport as presented. Please vote.
Passes 4-1.
Passes 4-1. May I have a motion on 27, please?
Move for approval of the superintendent's financial statements for the months ending July 31, 2020 and August 31, 2020 as presented.
Second.
On the discussion?
I think I had asked for an update of where we were with the, because we haven't heard much about the budget lately with the cost of COVID, but I know we're kind of short on time. So if you could briefly do this and then maybe at our next meeting come to a better understanding of where we are in our budget.
Ms. Corcoran.
Good evening, everyone. So these are the financial statements just for the first 2 months of the school year. So they're not really indicative of exactly where we're going to end up. The majority of the dollars that we spent, because it only represents one paycheck for teachers. So a lot of our salary expenses aren't quite in there. But the largest expenses, I would guess, other than salary and benefits, were for the PPE that we put in our schools through August. There were, at the end of August, there were still outstanding reimbursements still due to the school district. As Sarah mentioned to you guys earlier, she's fed a lot of children, but we have not received any money hardly from the federal government. So we're waiting on quite a bit of funding from the federal government on food and nutrition, on the cluster, and then on our entitlement grants. We also, so at the end of August, we were, we were due over a couple of $1 million from the federal government in reimbursement. But overall, we're trending relatively close to where we were year over year. Sales tax is about $200,000 less through 2 months. But a lot of them are accrual reversals. Debt service looks really hinky because there's this huge negative. But it's an accounting entry. So, but overall, we're doing fine. But yeah, we can start scheduling workshop time to talk about it in more in depth.
If I could add to that just real quickly, I believe we spent around $7 million in COVID items like PPE and so on and so forth, so around $7 million there. And then we did have around 1,000 students that were not in our schools at around $8,000 per student. That's around $8 million. However, we did hold back around 30 positions that we did not utilize, probably, I think, mostly due to the fact that we were down by 1,000 students. So we were right at around $5 million. I don't want to say deficit, but around $5 million as far as that's concerned, and making sure that we had the teachers in place, knowing that we had 1,000 less students than we thought we would have.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? I see nothing here. Okay, please vote.
Talk about cool reversal later.
It's 5-0. Motion passes 5-0. Item 28, please.
I move that the School Board of Sarasota approve the new job description for Director of Innovation and Equity.
Second.
Under discussion?
I'm sorry.
Mrs. Goodwin?
Gotcha. I just want to say that, I'm excited about this position. How long will it take us to find someone to fill it? Hint, hint. But I really think we need this. I think it's long overdue, and we need to make, some significant strides this year, and this person will help us. So I'm excited about it.
Mrs. Brown?
Why are we adding this position, and what will it be for?
Well, first of all, right now, the fact that we're adding one and spending the money for it is definitely something that I really didn't want to do, but I feel like this position is definitely a needed position. And as you know, everything's about our students. And when you look at our achievement gap, and we're trying to close that achievement gap, our curriculum team works so hard on a lot of the things that they're working through, but also we have to make sure that we have the proper resources and that we have the equity across all of our school districts. As far as resources, technology, our human resources, making sure we have teachers diversified, and making sure that we have everything that we need in all of our different schools to make sure that there is equity there for our students. So as we look at our students, through the ESSA piece, with ESSA, we need to have at least 41% proficiency in each category, and that includes all of our subgroups. When you look at our schools, no matter what school you look at, A schools, B schools, C schools, they all have different components that are less than 40% proficiency in different areas, which would definitely include our subgroups. And so in looking at our subgroups, we need someone who can take a look at the equity and assess the equity issues in our school district and make sure that we are doing all the right things for all of our schools and all of our students, especially in those subgroups.
Let me follow. I know that you come from the #1 district in the state, and one of the things you have done is you brought up those scores for everyone.
Yeah.
So I guess that's your evil reason for doing this. You're not bringing somebody in to come up with a Black Lives Matter curriculum. That's what I'm hearing. I just want to make sure.
No.
What is your evil purpose?
No,
here?
you're right. That's not my evil purpose. I'm not doing that.
So this has to do with equity and innovation and getting our students up to.
Yes, and part of that is our teachers. You know, our teachers need continuous training, and in all areas. And part of that is getting to know our students, showing that our students, that we care about them and their families and their backgrounds. And so there will be an assessment of our professional development as we go through, and the training that might be needed in different sectors and different regions of our school district for our teachers, so that they can help all of our students in all of our subgroups.
But it has to do with student grades and improving student performance.
Student performance.
All right, just want to get that down on record to make sure I'll hold you to that.
Mrs. Ziegler.
I hope so.
Thank you so much. So I spoke with Dr. Asplin about this as well, and while I'm never keen, especially in a financially difficult time or unknown, adding administrative positions, I do believe this is something that I've seen other districts have. I see corporations do it, but I think where I look at it, and when we had this discussion, is really equity and access to resources, and that is so key. And I think there may have been some misunderstandings or misinterpretation to what this position would be there for. But as Dr. Asplin had just said, I always want to say Dr. Brennan. Sorry, it's been a long night. But that, you know, that is such a paramount area for us to really be a successful school district. And we oftentimes pride ourselves and celebrate that we have an A grade, and that deserves celebrating, but there are so many elements within there that we need to be accessing those students, and we cannot let our eye off the ball. And more than ever, I think that we are finding that there are many drinking from the fire hose, and it'll be wonderful to have someone that's solely focused on this and lifting us up and bringing all these variables together. So I will be supporting this, and I appreciate it. And as Mrs. Brown said, you know, having come from the #1, there were lots of reasons why we wanted you here, but it is always your keen focus on academics and our core mission for our students, and so I appreciate that.
I'm very glad that you brought this job description, excuse me, because I feel that you will greatly benefit from this position, because you cannot stretch yourself any thinner than you are. And this person in this position will help you tremendously, and it'll help our district. So I thank you for bringing it forward. Okay, please vote. I did too. Tell me what it is. It's not coming up there. The vote is 5-0. It passes with a 5-0 vote. Item 29.
I move that the 2020 Florida Safe Schools Assessment findings and recommendations be approved as presented.
Second.
Oh.
On the discussion?
No.
Chief Enos?
Thank you for giving us our presentation earlier.
We've already heard the presentation.
If you're late.
No, he has. I think he has to.
Good job, Chief.
Nice job.
Good job, Chief. Can we vote?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Madam Chair, School Board, Dr. Asplin, Mr. Hardy, executive staff, I appreciate you guys having an opportunity. This is all part of the Department of Education. This is a requirement that we go over school safety. I want to thank you at the beginning. This is my second year, just finishing the end of my second year at the district. The amount of support that I received from the board as well as executive staff, I truly, truly appreciate that, because, again, working with kids are our most precious resource. With me today is Jason Overbay. He is our school safety specialist, which he is the one that works with me in reference to have our compliance to make sure that we are in compliance with Tallahassee through the Department of Education, which we have been without question in the last 2 years, and we will continue to do that. As I said, that we will lead and not follow when it comes to school safety, because our staff and our students, our parents deserve that. So with that, I'm going to have Jason talk about what the Florida Safe School Assessment Tool is, and then I'll give you some updates and we'll be done for the night.
It's real quickly, the Florida School Safety Assessment Tool is required by law that we speak in front of the board in a publicly accessed meeting. The Florida Safe Schools Assessment Tool has been around for a while, but it was made mandatory for all school districts and charters right after Marjorie Stoneman Douglas. There's 7 categories inside of it. They're listed right there. I won't read through. And inside of those 7, there's 412 question categories. This is an excellent tool that we pushed out to the SROs and the administrations back in May, and then had them reassess in August after with all the COVID-19. This required the administrators and the school safety teams to look at school safety in a very complex manner, and we were able to get back a lot of good feedback on what we're doing inside the schools. It's not good. There we go. So this is just more of all the different questions that are asked. We won't go into them for sake of time. And then the chief will talk about it, but just real quick, what we found is that as a district, we're moving very well and kind of leading the nation on a lot of different things. And that's it.
All right, so one of the things we'll go over is just to show all the things as we came in front of you last year. The perimeter fencing at all schools has been completed. Single point of entry at all schools are completed. Access control, the proximity card readers at the front of all schools when we do a lockdown, they have been completed. The lockdown system to intercoms with automated mass notification, which we use, which is when it goes to a lockdown, it basically announces to the staff, the students, as well as anybody coming on campus that it is a lockdown. That has been completed, including with the panic buttons that are around the school, everywhere from the cafeteria to the media centers, up in the main office. The classroom door windows are completed in reference to part of the statute change is that we need to make sure, again, from the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, that anybody who come to do harm can't look in. All the safe corners, which the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas said hard corners, we call them safe corners because we know that our staff will go to the safe corners when it, as well as our students. All that signage is up. We continue with the school design guidelines. I worked with in reference to the Pine View and the addition, as well as some of the other schools in regarding to school safety about bringing windows, but having them at least 6 foot up in the air to keep the natural light. Again, we're working with those guidelines. Those are completed. 2020 update on ERIP, which is the Emergency Response Information Portal. We met with the fire department and all the first responders. I can tell you the partnership with all of the chiefs of police, as well as with Sheriff Knight and soon to be Sheriff Hoffman. Without them, again, they are huge supporters of our police department, and with them and again with Sheriff Hoffman to be coming into office.
I'm sorry, what'd you say? Sheriff who?
Sheriff Hoffman.
Oh, okay, didn't want to hear that.
When he comes into office, we'll have a great partnership with them. Implementation of the RAFE panic button for lockdown for our staff was pushed out. That will keep us in compliance with Alyssa's law, which allows our staff to be able to lock the school down and send an emergency alert out, as well as contact 911 with just a push of a button. We have an SRO on every single campuses as well this year. We have our first charter school that we are now out, SSAS. Again, that's complete visitor access and volunteer screening. We, with myself and Jason, redid the book for visitor management, as well as all of the different protocols. We've sent that out to all of the public and the charter schools, and we've updated all of the systems on notifications in case a sexual offender or predator came on campus. All the classroom doors are to be locked at all times. The safe corners were located. We make sure that we keep them clear, because obviously if our staff or our kids have to go there, we want to make sure there's nothing in their way. Critical incident guides were all redone, and they are now at every single classroom door in the school district, so that anybody who's on campus can be able to take that to be able to look to see what the protocols are. That's completed. We make sure that we do training. All staff members can initiate a lockdown. We make sure we send that out, again, repeatedly completed. The COVID lockdown drill, which the Office of Safe Schools came up with. We did a video, which included Jason's wife assisting me over at Philippi Shores. So we made sure that guideline is being, as well as the fire drills. The one thing that they did not change is you have to have as many lockdown drills as you have as many other drills. They did not change the standard, so 10 fire drills, we have to have 10 lockdown drills. which is outside of our control. But we will never have a drill where we don't announce it prior to, because I believe that that is not in the best interest of our students. All of our schools and charter schools have been compliant with that from the beginning. We got great assistance from the principals. The Fortify Florida program is all updated in reference to notifications, as well as posters are all at schools. We continue to get notifications from them, from our students, as well as parents. We quickly and efficiently follow up on all of those immediately. We're going to continue to meet the social, emotional, and mental health needs of all students. That is ongoing. We continue to update in reference to Baker Act training and all of the other things that go along with it to make sure that we use the school professionals to assist. Threat assessment teams and protocols are being used at this time within the school district and the counselors. Increased community partnerships with mental health. JFCS has become a partner with that and doing assessments as they've always been in the past, as well as their ADAP program. And we collect the mental health first aid training and follow-up. We're increasing train the trainers. The classes are ongoing. They did allow us more time for the district to have all of the mental health training. And Jason and his staff is continually working on updating that to train the trainers, because everyone has to be trained on that. So part of the findings is we meet or exceed all best practices threshold in all 7 categories, as I stated, as being in the situation across the state. You know, when I came in, I said we would lead and not follow, because our staff and our community deserves it, and that's exactly what we're doing. Recommendations continue to improve electronic and physical security infrastructure. We can always look at how we can make ourselves better to keep our kids safer. Continue efforts in mental health first aid training, again, is about continuing to become more and more staff to have them to have that early crisis identification. Pursue funding for continued hardening of schools. We've already have 1 grant. Jason and his team is looking at getting a second one. Again, it's with the infrastructure of the schools. Again, making it better for all of our students. Active shooter training and drills with law enforcement and fire partners, that's always ongoing. We continue to work with them in order to make sure that they're on that ERIP they have. They are really intertwined with everything that we do, because they're going to be our support mechanism if we ever have a terrible tragedy. And the P25 radio upgrade for the communication for law enforcement and first responders, that's an initiative county-wide. That's part of the fire code. We're working diligently right now, Jason, as well as Sean O'Keefe, in implementation of that, so that we can get that, so that no matter where you are on any Sarasota campus, is that we have the best of the best in reference to the P25 with the communication systems. Continue training with the school safety teams. At every school has one, and we're continuing to increase the staffing levels, everything from people who are in food nutrition to transportation. We want to have a total robust package of the school safety team, because they're on their campuses. Egress gate for perimeter fencing, that's one of the grants we talked about. Increased signage and visibility, again, trying to funnel and having visitors come in a single point of entry and making sure that they understand that that's the path that they need to go. Reunification plans and response, we're continually working on that. Hopefully, knock on wood, we'll never have to use that, but if we do, again, we're reevaluating and continuing training for all employees on safety and security. It's outgoing, continually ongoing. And again, in closing, I want to thank everybody for their support, as well as for all of the law enforcement, fire, the executive staff, the board, the superintendent, Mr. Hardy, everybody, because it takes all of us in order to keep our kids safe. It's just not one person's responsibility. And I'm very proud to be the chief here, and I really, truly thank all of you.
Well, I'm very happy that you're the chief here. You have done an awesome job in putting this police force in place. You've taken it from really a mishmash, and you've put it, it's just been wonderful. And watching you do it with a smile, always full of energy, even when you have 18-hour days. So I thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
I will see you tomorrow. Mrs. Brown.
I just kind of want to say, you know, we picked Dr. Asplin because he led the #1 district and to get an A, and we also picked you because you were one of the best guys, not only in the state but in the country, to make us, the Sarasota County Police Department, the best school police force in the state. Because we're not just cops with guns, you're out there working with the kids. And that's the big difference. You're working with our kids, you're working with our principals, and you know what it is we want you to do, and you're doing that for us. You're keeping us safe, but you're also doing all those other things and working the mental health. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Mrs. Goodwin.
Well, I have to reiterate that as well. I'm sorry, I won't take much time, but the first time I met Tim, he was charging up through the bleachers at a Riverview High School football game, where I sort of found myself moving toward the students until I saw Tim, because I'm one of those move toward instead of backwards, until I saw Tim coming up, taking the steps, I think, 2 at a time, and got in front of some people's faces. But it's always a pleasure. I feel very, very safe. I feel very, very confident with our students, with you at Elm. Thank you.
Okay, no one else is on here, so please vote. Item number 30.
I move that the School Board of Sarasota make available for public review the K-12 student progression plan for 2021.
Second.
I'd also like to go back and say that item 29 passed 5-0. Okay, no, I'm sorry. I should have said it quicker. All right, there's a motion and a second on the floor on the discussion.
Dr. Kingsley, can you please come forward? Wasn't sure if you had specific questions, but as you know, with our student progression plan, every year by the end of the school year and into the summer, we have new laws and or deletions or additions, and we have to revise the pupil progression plan or the student progression plan. And we did that this year again. And so if you have any questions, Dr. Kingsley is here for them.
Catherine has a few PowerPoint slides for you.
Okay.
It's only 30.
We're just kidding, right?
Do they have to do with the baseball game?
No, but Catherine Kokoza is our Director of High School Curriculum.
Good job, Catherine.
And she's here because for 3 months prior to this time, we all have to bow to Catherine because she takes edits from probably 30 of us on the pupil progression plan. She searches the law, and by this time she has the plan memorized. So no PowerPoint, but if you have any questions, I brought the expert.
It's been a long night, so no quizzes on specific pages, please.
88 pages every day.
Okay, Mrs. Ziegler.
I know I've had many conversations with about the student progression plan, and no, I really appreciate you bringing it forward. I know that there are some interesting tweaks given the current learning environment, which I nerded out and read through all of it. I don't have any specific questions. Just appreciate the work you've done.
Okay. So let's vote. The vote up.
All that.
I have the score. I can't vote, though, because I have the score here. The vote is
Passes, you didn't vote.
4-1. No,
You didn't vote.
I can't.
Why can't you? Why?
It's frozen.
Just 4-1.
So the vote is 4-1.
All right.
There we go.
I move that number 31, I move that the Rising Kindergarten Grant for the Florida Department of Education Office of Early Learning be approved as presented.
Second.
Again, we have Dr. Kingsley here if you have any questions about that. Dr. Kingsley, would you please just give a brief update of that?
This grant was written kind of in a hurry. It was given to us in a hurry, and it is to allow kindergarten teachers, any volunteers, to receive materials that they want very much in order to do what we know is going to be probably the only thing that accelerates the learning of our youngest learners, and that is to do small group instruction.
Oh, I like those little things. I can play with them.
Very multi-sensory tools that we're purchasing with this.
Any questions? Then please vote. I don't know.
I'm not.
The vote is 5-0. It passes 5-0.
I didn't vote.
Well, it says you have.
It says you did, so you did.
It says you have. I'm frozen.
All right, I'll vote for, I was going to vote for it.
It said you did.
Can't unfreeze me.
I make a motion to increase the purchasing limit.
Second.
Any discussion?
It goes with the grant that we just did.
Okay.
Did I vote for that one too?
Mr. Cantis, can you come speak to this?
I didn't know.
No, we don't need anybody to
We need
speak to
anybody to
anything.
speak.
Dr. Kingsley or Mitzi?
No. I was kidding. No, I was kidding. I was
Oh,
kidding.
you're kidding.
Yes.
Oh, that's right, the baseball game. I keep
Yes.
forgetting.
Okay.
I think I'm funny, Dr. Asplin.
Doesn't she have
Oh,
to get
hang
the
on. I'm
computer?
frozen. That's what's the matter.
Aye.
Okay, here we go. I'm there.
Okay, 5-0.
The vote, the motion passes 5-0. I got somebody over here talking in my ear. Item 33.
I move that the school board policy 3.24 face mask be approved as presented.
Second.
Any discussion? Mrs. Ziegler?
I'll go first. First, thank you to everyone who came out today and for the staff for staying. It's been a long day. I have gone back and forth and back and forth and back and forth all this evening because, overall, I think there's such an important element to ensure our staff feels valued and they feel safe. And I think that is so important. And at the same time, since this all began, my concern maintains in the lower level of elementary and the impact that it has. And as we start to evaluate the data and looking at the impacts, and in my opinion, we just got off, if you think about what happened post-Parkland, we had to do an incredible amount of risk assessment as to what's going to be effective to keep our children safe from an active shooter. And this is definitely a very different circumstance, but as a board and policymakers, we have to consistently evaluate risk factors and then what is the pros and cons. And so my concern, again, is so much more geared towards the lower elementary students, or even elementary, and it's, again, I'm not making these decisions in a silo. I'm looking at data, we're looking at percentage rates, I'm talking to educators and the impact. And so, sure, we may not have any studies about what the impact will be negatively, because there really aren't any for younger kids. So you don't know what those long-term effects are. And I'm going to just keep it positive and hope that it won't be detrimental. But I do gravely get concerned about the length of time and what it could do from their academic impact. And that is our job. And as a mother of an elementary student, I get it, and I see how important it is. And so I am incredibly appreciative of the board previously taking a look and considering the mask breaks. I recognize operationally that can be a challenge. And in time, I really hope that we can continue with an update so we can evaluate all of these things. And because I think there's a lot of fear, and I understand why there's a lot of uncertainty, there's a lot of unknown, but the longer we are able to gather more information and make informed decisions with data, I think the better off we can educate and make decisions accordingly. I think that there's an erring on the extreme side of caution, and I recognize my position's probably not very popular because I recognize that there's just the natural, it's easy, we can do it. I wear a mask wherever I go. I personally do not have an issue with it. But I do get more concerned when we make it a blanket requirement with little to no flexibility. And again, my gut just gets very concerned about the lower elementary. And so to the teachers, I say to you, I am so appreciative, and staff, for everything that you're doing. I recognize there are all different scenarios and the risk factors for you. could be extreme. And so with getting rid of a mask, not requiring a mask, not only can make it difficult for classroom management when you're going back and forth. I mean, I saw we had challenges here, so I can only imagine in a classroom that could be challenging as well. But, I recognize that. So I guess my point, I don't want that to be diminished. But my concern is that as we evaluate this, we may be only looking at it in one silo and not at what cost, what is the true risk, and it may not be known yet. So with that said, I'm not going to support this for the purpose of I just would like to see, and I think Mrs. Goodwin, I hope you will respect my opinion. And there's nothing wrong with us not all agreeing. I'm trying to articulate my reason in this policy decision that is not easy. And I will certainly take a backlash from the community, and I'm prepared for that for those who don't agree with me. But as board members, I hope you can respect that I'm going to articulate my reasoning, and that I'm committed to continuing to work together and evaluating that information as we move forward and trying to find options or different responses to ensure that we're providing the best academic environment for all of our students, while also supporting the safety and security of all of our staff and students. But I am very concerned with some of the limitations or lack thereof. I do think we can continue to evaluate it and perhaps come up with different procedures or policies as we move forward, as we evaluate that. So I appreciate the board supporting the fact that we would have regular updates, but I will not be supporting this.
Mrs. Brown?
Thank you. This obviously has caused a lot of angst in the community. We are in the midst of not only a community or a country, but a worldwide pandemic. And surprisingly, not everybody even agrees with that statement. But when I look at the emails that I received and the calls and talking to the parents and the teachers, they're wanting a sense of certainty. They want to know that we are going to support them and their health and their safety and their security. And the proven effective way to do that is to continue the mask policy, along with the hand washing and the cleaning and all of the others. But the number one way to do that, the head of the CDC said it, is to wear the mask. It may even be more effective than the vaccine. And we need to look at what is the effective way. The Department of Health, the CDC, the Sarasota Memorial Hospital, the American Academy of Pediatrics, they're all telling us. Now, some people are having problems with the masks. There's some challenges that can be mitigated. I mean, if they're getting a rash, they get the sore behind the ear, try different masks. Change the masks throughout the day. If there's something with the way that the children can't be educated correctly with the mask, the teachers can check with the principals and make accommodations. I mean, we make accommodations for students with special needs all the time. Our district dashboard shows us that the masks are holding down the spread in our schools, holding it down for our students and our teachers. That's why we've got a lot of people that are being quarantined right now, because what's happening is we're having some students and even some staff that are getting infected outside. And when that happens, we have to quarantine everyone. But when we see that these people who are infected really aren't spreading it throughout the schools, that shows that our masks are important. We've asked, well, can't we compromise? Can't I wear my mask and you and let me not? No, that doesn't work, because we know that my mask doesn't necessarily protect me if, in fact, Bridget were to get it, because we need to keep the mask to keep the droplets in. That's what they're most effective for. So you don't wear your mask so much to keep yourself safe, but it's to keep those others around you safe. And we need to accept the science that states mask wearing mitigates the effects of this dangerous virus. And we need to understand that the pandemic has been lengthy. We're getting tired of it, I know, but it's not forever. It's not forever. You know, and they may very well take to the end of this school year. There are some that'll say it'll go into 2022. I hope it doesn't. And if we all wear our masks, perhaps it won't. That's the only thing we can do to keep it down. But this policy will help us get to the end of the year. It'll show our students, our parents, and our teachers and our staff that we care about your safety. That is what's important. And we know that masks will keep us safe. And I'm going to support this based on the science, not on the emotion, not on the politics, but based on the science that I've learned.
Mrs. Goodwin?
Well, I'd hope that we would all agree on this, because last month when we voted on it, we tweaked it a bit and we added in the every hour, 5 minutes off. And if teachers are not doing that, or if they're PE teachers that aren't doing things properly, and I've heard those stories too, we ought to make sure we check with them and check with our principals to make sure that people are given the right opportunity not to wear a mask when they're outside playing and on the athletic fields and so forth. We've got to make sure that everybody is complying by what we do have. But I care about our students, I care about our teachers, I care about our staff, and I care about the community that's home that will get exposed. And for right now, the best bet I've got is that this is the best thing that will keep us safe. And I have to make that decision. And I've talked to and listened to and emailed with and texted with many teachers and parents who are very, very concerned if we don't make that stark mandate that everyone will wear a mask. They don't want to do it. They don't want to deal with it. They don't want to have to deal with it. And they are very, very frightened. And we would have a number of teachers that would walk off the first day. I've had conversations with many of them about this. So for me, it is one of safety. I believe science. I don't believe a lot of other people, but I do believe the scientists. I believe Dr. Fauci. I believe the CDC for the most part. And I believe our local health department and Sarasota Memorial doctors. And, you know, I have had numerous conversations with them as well. And the best that I can come to a conclusion, masks save lives more than anything. And until we have a vaccine, until our positivity rate and our hospitalization and all of that are way, way below 3%, I think we'll be wearing masks. So I'll be supporting this. I think it will make our teachers feel more comfortable and more confident. Many of our parents feel more comfortable and confident. And maybe we can move on to some of the important work we have to do.
Mr. Robinson?
Do I think properly wearing a mask stops COVID? Yes. I don't think that's almost undeniable. My issue isn't, I don't think this is an issue for me about mask or no mask, because I think it's crystal clear that, you know, mask stops the spread. I just don't like some of the way the policy is being done, about having reviews, metrics. I don't like the fact that one day you're going to have masks and the other day you're not going to have masks. I think there should be some sort of phase out through this policy, especially if you're going to have a policy that goes all the way to June. You got to think about all those different scenarios. I don't think that it's good for. I don't think that the scenario where you just say, okay, well, now we're at 2%, okay, now we're not going to have masks, because that's going to cause it to go back up to 5%, and then having masks and not having masks, instead of having some sort of plan of ratcheting it to maybe starting at lower grade levels and then phasing up. But those are all difficult discussions, and so nobody wants to have those type of discussions. But mask clearly does, stop the spread of COVID when properly worn. Not disputing that. But, this morning, when we tried to talk about trying to incorporate some of these issues in, some of my fellow board members were openly hostile to even having those type of discussions. And I kind of let it go. But then we had somebody in here who wasn't wearing a mask, said they had a medical exemption, just like in the policy. The board recognized that person, they knew that person had had a medical exemption. But then somebody from the board went and talked to a police officer, and it looked like that person was intimidated, brought outside.
No.
I didn't, and certainly that person felt that way.
No.
Because.
Excuse me, you're talking about me.
I'm not, I wasn't going to mention anybody's name in particular.
But it's very evident you're talking about me, and I was not talking about her. I did not tell a police officer to talk to her, but there was another young girl in the audience. I said, make sure she has a mask on before she comes up.
Okay.
And that's what they did. So we didn't have any scene up here. It was taken care of over there.
Well, anyways, the board should only act through the board in an open public meeting. It was not our finest hour early in the evening when people are going off, talking to cops, police officers, having police officers go and talk to people, taking them outside. That is not the optimal way to handle the situation.
Yes.
And so they didn't make.
I will interrupt you because you're talking about me, and you, a board member, is criticizing me. But I've been told how to handle a situation. Okay,
this is an analogy that I'm bringing up. The reason I'm bringing it up is because in the policy it talks about medical exemptions. This person was a representative of the whole of a part of the policy, and so my issue is more allegorical than it is about you. This is about the policy, and the policy references medical exemptions. And so that to me was allegorically about how medical exemptions may be handled. And so I bring it up because it's part of a series of things that I'm discussing that I feel are weakness in the policy. While I do think masks do stop the spread of COVID, I think that there are improvements that need to be done to this policy. I'm not going to be on the board to do it, but I feel that I'd be remiss if I didn't highlight that so that the future board members here, Mr. Edwards and Mrs. Rose, when they get on the board, and maybe they can improve upon this policy to make it safer for everybody. Because again, there are things in this policy, for example, not having phase outs, that could come back to haunt us, could cause the contra effect of what you're trying to do of lowering the spread. The fact that there are no phase outs in this, and that it basically one day you could just not have the policy, and people would have masks, and it could cause the rates to go up. So for those reasons, I'm going to have to vote against it.
Well, I'm very glad that we are passing this policy because I've received more emails in favor of masks than against masks. It was running it's 75% to maybe 25% of those people in favor of masks, and especially our teachers, our staff. And I respect our staff. They really work hard, and they have a hard job, and it's even harder with them having to enforce the mask policy, and I recognize that, but I think it's for the safety of our students and our staff and our community. And I just wish that more care would be given to after-school programs by the parents, so the parents would monitor what their children are doing and make sure they're not going into parties where they're getting COVID. And that is where our problem is right now as a school district. If children were not going to parties at night and mixing in crowds and social distancing, we would not have this many students identified. I know what I'm talking about because I have a high school grandson. Okay, no further discussion. All those, please vote. And the motion passes 3-2. And teachers, you can breathe.
Only when you're done making the announcement. Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment of another email that we received. A person was concerned about the bus stops and how dark it is in the morning. And while the kids are standing at the bus stops and they can't be seen, we can't put lights on bus stops. Those areas are controlled by the county. But all these kids, as they're walking to the bus stops or walking to school, you know, the parents need to know and the kids need to know they need to be seen by the drivers. So take those things into consideration. Parents, talk to your kids. We're going to be setting the clocks back an hour shortly, so instead of probably in the morning, we're going to have that problem in the afternoon when the middle school kids come to home. Parents, look to make sure that your kids can be seen when they're walking to and from the schools and the bus stops.
Okay, any other comments? The next regular school board meeting has been rescheduled for Tuesday, November the 10th at 6:30 p.m. We're adjourned.
This meeting's at